This is a narration by D.F. Nicholson. Eulis, The History of Love by Paschal Beverly Randolph. Continued. 96. The best people on earth see the most trouble, while the heartless, dry, and mean go on to success swimmingly, and never feel a soul pang from the cradle to the grave. Yet, nevertheless, true men and women are never failures. Sham ones always are, because the good influence survives, the bad dies out. The good, when they enjoy, do so intensely, but the bad, coarse being's life, in all its phases, must be on par with him or herself. And there's as much difference between the joys of such as betwixt the dungery skip of a fop and fool, a ninny or idiot, and the joyous romp of a gushing-hearted, brainful girl. It has been my lot to encounter a great deal more of human pinchbeck than the solid soulful gold. Not that I have not known some noble and glorious people among the radical classes, I, for years associated with, yet as a general rule, I found it unsafe to trust to the honor of those who were extreme in the business of world bettering. They are a bad breed. A Diogenes lantern is still needed by whomsoever travels among them. A happy man never writes a book. This is my 20th. But I might have been happy had I kept away from the world-saving philosophers. Here and there I have met a real lady or gentleman, such as that king of nature's noblemen, Jesse B. Ferguson of Tennessee, God bless his green and pleasant memory, and latterly a few others of the same state. But among professional reformers, and I speak only of such as I personally know, I found a few golden ignates, and plentiful surplusage of brass ones, born malcontents who take to world saving, themselves needing it most by far. Such people as preach divine charity and all that, yet constantly yelp and howl down to the bitter depths of death, slander or disgrace any and every human being whom they cannot use at will or who disagrees with them. They are magnificent demonstrations of the sublime truth of the philosophy I teach, viz., that as was a person's antenatal circumstances, so will his or her subsequent life be. If begotten in lust alone, then that will be their bias from the breast to the grave. If of authority, backed by brute force, on the body of half-dead compliance, then such will go through life, biting, barking, snarling, growling, making all sorts of trouble, incapable either of generosity or appreciation, and scattering discord wherever their scandal-scattering footsteps fall. Generally long, lean, lank, slab-sided human halfness, one or more of whom infests nearly every neighborhood. Thus, in close juxtaposition with nature's noblemen, I have never failed to meet men of souls so contemptibly small as to make one ashamed of the form one wore. Who would naturally have dreamed, surmised, or indeed have ever suspected there was the slightest connection between love and slander? Yet there is. Read this scrap which I cut from a paper many years ago, and then to the proof. The slander is a pest, an incubus to society, that should be subjected to a slow cauterization, and then be lopped off like a disagreeable excrescence. Like the viper, he leaves a shining trail in his wake. Like a tarantula, he weaves a thread of candor with a web of wiles, or, with all the mendacity of hints, whispers forth his tale, that, like the fabling Nile, no fountain knows. The dead, aye, even the dead, over whose pale sheeted corpse sleeps the dark sleep no venomed tongue can wake, and whose pale lips have then no voice to plead, are subjected to the scandalous attacks of the slanderer. Who wears a mask the Gorgon would disown, a cheek of parchment, and an eye of stone. I think it is Pollock who says the slanderer is the foulest whelp of sin, whose tongue was set on fire in hell, and whose legs were faint with haste to circulate the lie his soul had framed. He has a lip of lies, a face formed to conceal, that, without feeling, mocks at those who feel. There is no animal I despise more than these moths and scarabs of society, the malicious censurers. These ravenous fishes who follow only in the wake of great ships, because perchance they are great. Oh, who would disarrange all society with their false lapwing cries? The slanderer makes few direct charges and assertions. His long envious finger points to no certain locality. He has an inimitable shrug of the shoulders, can give peculiar glances, or convey a libel to a frown, or wink a reputation down. He seems to glory in the misery he entails. The innocent wear the foulest impress of his smutty palm, and a soul pure as Arctic snow twice bolted by the northern blast, through his warped and discolored glasses wear a mottled hue. A whisper broke the air, a soft, light tone and low, yet barbed with shame and woe. Nor might it only perish there, no farther go. Ah me, a quick and eager ear caught up the little meaning sound. Another voice then wreathed it clear, and so it wandered around, from ear to lip, from lip to ear, until it reached a gentle heart, and that it broke. Now, observe that it is inflexibly true that every slanderer of whatever gender is nearly always a long, lank, little, lily-livered, tucked-up, weasenish being, without any plumpness, either of body, spirit, or manner. They are invariably disappointed, unloving, three-concerned folks, without the slightest love save that of self. And when modern spiritualism came along, thousands of such rushed into its ranks, disgraced the cause in themselves, and foisted their miserable twaddle upon the world as true supernalism, when, in fact, spiritualism really had nothing to do with it whatever, as at present constituted that ism contains, within its ranks, 3, nay 4 sorts of people. First, those who hail it as the demonstration of human continuance beyond the grave, and the celestial harbinger of the good time coming. These people are true supernalists, and among them have I ever found sympathizers and people fit for the heaven they seek. Second, a large class of social revolutionists under various leaderships who, accepting the facts, are eager to push on toward the realization of the promised good time. These two comprise the army whose iconoclastic blows right and left are demolishing some of the idols of the past, but they are builders yet, and it remains to be seen what sort of edifice they will give us in lieu of those now crumbling before their fierce artillery. Third, a smaller class who cling to old traditions, insist upon tying this century to the old dead ones, and fastening their faith about equally on the Bible and the manifestations. The fourth class, is made up of malcontents, always making trouble, never satisfied, having, here and there, an able leader who has his hands full all the time. The rank and file of this trouble-making army wouldn't pass muster at the gates of heaven, for a more ungenerous, malignant, backbiting set was never developed by any civilization earth ever saw. Born of loveless parents, they rush through life striking alike, haphazard, at friend or foe, discontented from the nipple to eternity, full of malice, steeped to the lip with cruel, cool, cobra-like venom. They are never happy, save when slandering their betters, picking flaws in others' characters, and in stabbing in the back those whom they dare not face. Beware of such. They abound, and like some snakes, not on legs, are dangerous. I have already described them physically, so that they will be known when met. I owed this duty to mankind, and I now proceed to pay my little bill. 97. Reduced from competence to nothing by the terrible Boston fire of November 1872, I went to Ohio from necessity, and finding materials at hand in great abundance, made it my especial business to study the workings of the organic law of sex as displayed in the product of marriages, accomplished at periods varying from 15 to 65 years anterior to 1873. One remarkable case was that of a man in Ohio, a long, lank abortion, whose nature constantly impelled him to find fault with everything and everybody, even himself, or rather itself. Nor was it ever happy, except when going up and down, retelling slanderous tales and scandal concerning whoever failed to suit it, come or go at its beck and call, and do humble homage at its feet. Now the fault is not altogether theirs, these unhappy ones, for they had no hand in their own make-up, save in that they usually make no effort to correct their shortcomings, but is that of their progenitors. We have no right to run the risk of being guilty of the insensate folly of parenting such monstrosities, for such they are, and moral abortions beside, nor to parentage at all unless mutual love, esteem, and respect be the prompting spur. People of that grade are usually one-sided, angular, not to be depended on, and generally passion-driven. Or rather you may set it down as incontrovertibly true that wherever you find one of the class alluded to, there also will you find a devout disciple of Onan. I once lost the friendship of a male human being of a slightly different type from the above, yet still a monstrosity. He had fed me for months in exchange for information marketable at far higher prices than he paid. Still I was grateful. And one day he proposed that I should aid him in a cruel scheme, but I preferred to go hungry, aye, starve outright, rather than comply with his demands, because I well knew that to do so would be conniving at an outrage against an innocent child, in the first place, and at his own destruction and probable death in the second. Hence, my pity for her made me foil him, and my friendship for him caused me to defeat his well-cherished plans. I knew I should transform him, and his household too, into bitter enemies of mine. Yet still I determined to do right, no matter at what sacrifice or pain to me, and at once decided to protect a young thing and save him from himself by in no manner lending either knowledge, power, or influence to do an evil deed. Magic powers, too, he wanted. He, an old man of 68, to enable him to compass the ruin, or marry, just think of it, a mere child of but a few months over 15 summers, fair to look on, 100 weight of beauty and glee, simple, heedless, joyous as a morning bird, caroling its sun-greeting roundelay, and he coarse as rag carpet, brutal as a Kaffir on the war-path, lecherous as a satyr, 1/3 human, 2/3 goat, nearly 200 pounds of rough, uncouth, unwashed petulance, whose presence anywhere was a sign hung out, warning passers-by to keep to the windward. And yet this man had a great, rich jewel of goodness away down in the inner depths, and that it was which, as will he hereinafter see, urged him to sacrifice all things in the vague hope of achieving one certain but tremendous guerdon, the salvation of his own soul, yet he knew not what he was striving after. I did, and so instead of helping him wed her, I cautioned the child against it, because I knew such a step meant inevitable death to her within a few brief, lust-harried, agonizing months. For the gentle Adonis had confidentially boasted to me of his intentions. Yet he said that, passionately, a moderate man was he, and that, save under extraordinary circumstances, he would be content with what may God protect even a woman of the wilderness from. Finding some power working against him, for I had taken a woman and a man into my confidence, to enable him to save the girl from the horrible fate threatened her, the old man desired me to use certain magic spells, common among the people down south, and other lands I wot of, to enable him to gain control of her, to be used for a while, as only a human beast can use God's image in female form, and then, utterly ruined, to be cast aside as a loathed and loathsome thing forever, with a bagnio close by, and a darkly rolling, sullen river in the near distance. For the life of me, I was so stone-blind as to be wholly unable to view the matter as he did, and so, well, he lost the game, for a young man honorably wooed and won her. 98. I missed many a good meal by doing as I did, but I kept my manhood unsullied by defeating a wrong. To this day, I hold his own written letter requesting me to disgrace myself and tarnish my soul by an infamous deed in furtherance of his abominable and abnormal passion, said letter being written that I might clearly and distinctly comprehend his meaning. That man thereafter hated me with 50,000 horsepower, in which he was natural, because all animals are rendered furious if their lusts are defeated. Not only do individuals in their conduct proclaim that cat and dog lives led by their immediate progenitors, but it often happens that whole classes in a community do the very same thing. For instance, once I went to a religious picnic of the reformers, and while taking a drink behind a tree, it was whiskey, too, a beverage plentiful provided and dispensed by the saints, most all of whom were excellent judges of the article. And at an earnest solicitation of a particularly reverend brother, I tried it on. And as it passed along the tube leading to my stomach, I experienced a sensation, only comparable to a desperate encounter between two infuriate ironclads going on simultaneously with an electric storm, a couple of Vesuvian volcanic eruptions, and 4 typhoons, all going on in my internal man, until I gasped for breath, and mine eyes resembled a pair of exceedingly large peeled onions, or 2 burnt holes in a blanket, which experience satisfied me once for all, and led me to wonder if that was the best brand of reformers' whiskey what could be the quality of the article served out down below. I failed to see wherein whiskey was a high moral motor. While trying to catch my breath, I overheard one saint counsel another to get me to orate, and both spoke of me in such opprobrious terms as would have fired me with indignant anger without the additional damnable stimulus of the rankly poisoned draught. 10 minutes afterward, against my will, I took the stand and spoke my piece, just as we Randolphs are accustomed to, and dealt out justice to my traducers. For doing which, and differing from them about what constitutes manhood, the leading saints propose to silence me, demonstrate their sainthood, and end the dispute by cool, calm, deliberate, premeditated murder, by drowning me in the river hard by. They did not attempt it, because when they proposed it, my hand slid round to my hip pocket, and cowards seldom attack a well-armed man. This experience satisfied me that, until people are really spiritual, it is best to be always prepared with carnal logic to withstand their material arguments. I have alluded to these things to make a point in my book, and not because the savages who propose to murder me are worth the slightest notice, but solely, only, and for the express purpose of making two remarks. The first is this: that the world needs something better than it has now before reform will be a thing of heart and conduct, instead of empty words as at present. And second, to point out the characteristics of certain salacious and other self-assumed reformers. Of course, your pseudo-philosopher is never a full, round, genial, or generous man, but will invariably be found, on close examination, to partake largely of the hangdog, sneak thief, and lecherous look. They are generally moderately tall, thin, spare males, who, as a rule, have larger but more ill-shaped and angular heads than either large, fat, or little-bodied men. The same holds true for females, such as delight in breaking up families, creating scandal, and ruining other people by slanderous tongues or innuendo. Husbands, wives, be very chary of entertaining guests of either sex thus made up, else you may expect moral poison and ruin to remain after themselves have departed. Theirs is the vampire build, and that sort of influence is theirs, 7 times in every 8, where they have taken to the business of world-saving. In 30 years I have conversed with scores of such, and found, exceptionalists, that their ideal of love was that which better men stigmatize as unhallowed lust and fiery passion, unredeemed by the faintest spark of manhood, womanhood, or genuine goodness. They all declare for a central, solar, or pivotal love, with planetary loves revolving round it. That is to say, a main one with outside indulgences to keep the cosmos in order, which means, in plain Saxon, that man is but a featherless rooster, entitled to one queen hen with a flock of lesser chickabiddies to relieve her during incubation. I should not like to lionize, but would assuredly glory in caponizing that species of fowl. Such people can see no higher use for certain organic functions than to fill their own places after death, or to gratify their morbid natures. They cannot imagine anything else, nor even dream that through the offices of monogamal, conjugal life, the soul itself may be enormously intensified and expanded, and the evolution of mighty thought itself go on at a more rapid rate, taking higher flights, skimming deeper oceans, and consequently the mental, psychical, emotional, and creative powers of the human spirit be enhanced a millionfold. This is all Greek to these harpers on a single string, and that a bass one. Some of these people call themselves physicians and pass their time in inventing preventatives, embracing shields, pellets, plugs, excoriating and tanning, washes, and 100 other infamous abominations to entrap the suffering and enrich themselves. Let all henceforth know not only what is set forth on this point elsewhere herein, but that the man who wishes to spare the partner of his joys, who, poor soul, always runs the risk of death every time she yields, not to please herself, but to bless the man she calls husband, can, by will, restraint, and firmly holding his breath, when so disposed, prevent the inhalation of the monad or germ and its descent to the prostate, and, also, by will, the flash of fire from his central soul, which alone and only can render fruitfulness possible. They never dreamed of that yet. It is as certainly true as truth itself. They cannot see these splendid things, because their visual range is groundly, while these lofty truths are at their base anchored in the substance of the human soul, and held there by a cable, love, whose other end girdles the infinite God. Man deals with masses, woman with individuals, and the Great One deals with, protects, comforts, solaces, and, through pure love alone, redeems both. Would that these revealments might reach every human heart, even though mine own is aching and breaking the while. 99. Said Lewis Kirk, "An ounce of heaven, a pound of hell, makes life." Not many ever experience mental pain, mind suffering, in its keenest sense. Financial trouble, is nothing, and as times go, the first statement is correct. For none of those who are conscious of soul can experience soul pangs. And it is these who turn in any direction for relief and fall victims to the abominable quackery of the would-be world reformers, a class which sprung into notice with Fourier and Graham, and which, since the advent of spiritualism, has increased to an alarming extent all over this land. Their hobby is sexism, a thing of whose basic principles they are as ignorant as they are of who built Baalbec. These tramps scur the country, victimize honest men's wives and daughters, and even have the effrontery to enforce their odious embraces upon decent women, on the infamous and filthy plea that they, the lady victims, require a change of magnetism, forsooth, which change themselves are the very ones to triumphantly effect. Hoodwinked by psychologic power, deluded by specious sophistry, anxious for relief, ready to make any sacrifice to obtain it, women, by hundreds, fall into the accursed net and are ruined. For no matter how secret the deed may be, her soul knows the fact, feels the weight, and suffers untold agony in consequence. And all because of salacious wretches who ought to swing by their heels, if not by their necks, at the nearest tree. I can have some pity for those who fall for lack of strength to resist temptation, but none for those who ruin by a medical theory. These people find a woman ill with gravid uterus, leucorrhea, or ulcerated vagina or womb, whereupon they proceed to the most infernal exposures, inspections, and tactual manipulations conceivable, and utterly horrent to any sensitive and delicate woman, the upshot of which is she takes his stuff and grows 10 times worse than ever, because wholly bent on symptomology, they are ignorant that all these troubles are physical expressions of internal, mental, emotional, affectional, or spiritual states half the time, and that ulcerations proceed from lacerations, or brutalisms on the part of the he-head of the house. They do not realize that disturbances originating in spiritual commotions can only be cured by administering spiritual remedies, that is to say, operating upon the soul as well as upon its physical garment, flesh, blood, bone, and nerves. How this is accomplished has already been set forth herein. 100. It is my intention, if I live, during the years I spend on earth, to devote my time to teaching such as desire more light on the matters which have been the sole study of my life. Ostracized by those for, and with whom I had labored since 1848, met with ingratitude at every step, I gladly accept the ostracism of the many for the good companionship of the few. Yet not so few after all, for day by day the ranks of the discontented army, who have been content to follow where impulse led, has grown thinner, and our brotherhood of thinkers has increased correspondingly, until at last we, of Eulis, know we have but to let the world know that our doors and hearts are open to welcome acolytes by thousands, neglect slander, vile prejudices, contumely. All have, in this trial of 26 years, though ranking millions armed with staves, crying, "Crucify him, crucify him," proved signally unequal to the task of defeating a single solitary man, and that man the penman of this book, Paschal Beverly Randolph, the sang Malay, proud of his descent from the kings and queens, to say nothing of the Randolphs, nor their rise from Warwick, the kingmaker. Madagascar Song, translated by Sir John Bowring. Trust not to the seashore sorcerers. In the times of old the sorcerers came to our island, and were thus accosted. Land is here, so tarry with your women. Be ye good and just, and be our brothers. Thus the sorcerers promised, we believed them. Soon they overturned our walls, erected threatening fortresses, which poured forth thunder. In their fury, and their priests would give us other unknown gods than ours to worship. And they spoke of services and obedience. Better die. The fight was long and bloody. They were masters of the murderous lightnings, and our multitudinous hosts they scattered. All were scattered. All, our people, perished. Trust not to the seashore sorcerers. More invaders came, yet bolder, stronger. On the seashore they their banners planted. But heaven fought with us, and they were conquered. Heavy torrents fell, and mighty tempests, storms, and poisonous winds overwhelmed the stranger. They are gone, are dead, and we, the living, live to know that we are free and happy. Trust not to the seashore sorcerers. I did not follow the counsel thus given, and lo, the terrible penalty I paid. I am today alone, and for that scarce a lecturer or paper devoted to reform, but had its fling at me, even to the extent of abusing my dead mother, who went to heaven nearly 50 years ago. But I bided my time. Veni, vidi, vici, hundreds of lecturers and thousands of the faithful and unco-godly, most of whom I never saw, considered their labor incomplete and their speech imperfect, unless they could soundly abuse my mother's only son. But what did it avail in the end? They were compelled to borrow, or rather steal, my thought, and pass it off as their own. And I have cut out of their articles and speeches thousands of lines and hundreds of thoughts, which I had first given to the world. It is a terrible crime to be by God constituted differently from those who see light in the same thought you do, yet feel the pulses of manhood throbbing in your veins, and sure to be hated on that account. I am a sang Malay, and not less than 12 strains of blood rush through my veins, yet have I ever met insult all the way along my life, because I dared to be myself. But triumphantly have I done that same thing, and all despite my good Lord's Cardinal. From the early days till now, Selah, for the fault of the infinite, if fault it was, to make me of an unfashionable cast, have I been almost crucified, and have suffered, as it were, 1,000 deaths. For the Indian tinge on my cheek, not its volcanic fires in my soul, fires which held the cowards at bay for 35 years, have I been doubly wronged? By these and them and those, who, when help was needed, gladly availed them of my brain and speech and pen, to devoutly damn me when the fights were won. Driven by the flaming sword of mean prejudice from all noble occupation and employment, by those who without either soul or honor or manhood or nobility of character made them strong, and gave them warrant to invade my rights and cruelly slander me, and invariably behind my back, lacking manly courage to do it to my face. Cowards, all, whom I felt and feel were, and are, as far beneath me as the floor of space is below the loftiest turret of the immeasurable temple wherein God resides. Attacked with bitter and envious malignity, ever without the chance of reply, by tongue and pen, still I survived, and despite them all, treated more like a beast of the jungle than a human being. They exhausted all logic trying to prove me a nobody, themselves the only real thinkers, and in seeking to justify their own outrage, really vindicated me. They thought it be better to denounce and slay me than to afford me a fair, free field to contest in the matter of mind, heaping abuse and contumely on me all the while. Yet what availed it all? I became a power in the world. What are they? I took to mereology, and they did not like it, because it enabled me to laugh their isms and practice to utter scorn, just where and as I hold them to and in this hour. But their hostilities in all these years drove me back upon God and my own soul, and I prefer being called all the names the discontented could or can apply to being counted among their malign confraternity, because my philosophy taught me to forbear retaliation, seeing they could not help doing as they did, being aborts, badly begotten and worse brought forth, constitutionally mean, physico-worshipping fathers, half-murdered victims for mothers. My science told me just what to expect of them, while my vision disclosed images of pool-haunting newts, when seeking for figures to represent their souls. And, en passant, it was partly because I advocated Oriental magic, in preference to their mesmeric and similar revelative methods, that I was hated. I could not help it, for I believe in God, and even so do I believe and know that those dark ovoids, in proper hands, are capable of enabling a true soul to scan more mysteries in a week than they can in a lifetime. With all their fantastic methods combined, mysteries forever and ever beyond their reach, for we know where we go after death, they but guess at it. Oh, how I have yearned for everlasting death, in view of the pitiless, remorseless persecutions, insults, wrongs, heaped on my head by thousands whom I never either harmed or even met, envious, jealous, sordid. I pitied them, and longed for lasting rest. It is not so now, for the victory is mine, and I pity and forgave them all, in the same spirit in which an elephant pities and forgives a bedbug. For I regard all slanderers as most people do that delicate and deliciously odoriferous insect. During the year 1874, I proposed to give the world a test of the powers of vision of the soul when under the sleep of Siloam, that upper clairvoyance which comes never by mesmeric roads, nor drugs, fumes, ethers, or spiritual circles, but ever by the three principles, through the aid of the vast ovoid elsewhere treated of herein. If I die, there is another, a selected chief of Eulis, who, in time, will finish what I leave undone. At least, such is my hope. Because I know well that weak and impatient ones, or mere wonder-seekers, fell with them, as would an Ashanti with a transit instrument. But others, a goodly band of royal seers, succeed, and are able to accomplish loftiest things of seership, not alone by visions in the oval, but from the point d'appui of mental, crystallic, ascensive, penetrative, and comprehensive grasp, reached by steadily gazing on their dark and glorious faces. It is only unripe ones who fail, malignant quacks, and folly-driven fanatics who, too low in the sensual scale, too gross in mental and physical tastes and habitudes, to appreciate aught of pure spirit, unsullied thought, and the vision that flights immensity, and laughs at towering mountains, and roaring, intervening oceans, of either water or space, denounce through malignant envy and the spiteful jealousy of the Naga, what is forever beyond and above them. These are beneath notice, and their spite and hatred, as their regard and praise, are of equal weight and value, less than that of the shadow of an atom. Mesmerism and other methods of reaching psychovision were but the guide-boards pointing to this, the surer, purer, better than all others on the globe beside. Many a man has become a libertine, and many a woman fallen low, 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 from the temptations and facilities afforded by animal magnetism. But in all the broad world no soul has been degraded, but all uplifted, through this old new old sight of soul. I expect to produce the sequel to After Death and Dealings with the Dead in a volume concerning Beyond the Spaces. Through the Siloam slumber have I been educated, and I honor and painize the glorious bridge that enabled me to keep the human bloodhounds at bay, and to span the unfathomable ocean of eternity. 101. The saying that to the pure all things are pure is not true, for filth is filth to everybody, and you can't dress it up or sugar it to the acceptance of any but a born idiot or fool. Nor can an unholy deed, suggestion, or thought be right, nor matter what subterfuges of sophistry or false logic are brought to bear to prove it so. Wherefore the slaying of these pseudo-reformers, stripped of its glitter, is insufferably offensive to any health-loving soul in all the lands. It can never be right to defile the bed of a husband or wife, even though their lives be cat and doggish. Nor can it ever be right for any one to love one and hold another in unloving, legal duress. Let them fairly, squarely part company before either hangs out the sign "To Let." Be off with the old in honest style before going on with the new. We people of the world are born to trade in equivalence. If we give love, we want it in return. If we labor for and protect even where there's no love whatever in the case, yet still we have the right of being respected, and you shall not live on my earnings, yet respect me not, and have dalliance elsewhere. For if you yield to another, you and that other must abide the consequences. That other must care for, feed, clothe, labor for, and protect you. For I am not bound by any law, human or divine, to keep a corner in that I work for others' uses. And, by heaven, I won't do it. If you do the bad thing, then let's part, for you no longer command my respect, nor are entitled to the results of my labor, or deserving of my homage, or esteem in any degree whatever. Equivalence is the eternal law. Remember and abide by it. Now, here is another new revelation. Pleasure, like light, has two modes and motions. First, wave. Second, linear. One in rays, the other in billowy undulations. One like beams from a candle or star, the other like the swelling of the ocean waters. The pleasures of lust or passion alone, as in unloving union, or the sin of the Onanite, is always electric, non-responsive aloneness, non-mutual, therefore like lightning, destructive. It is keen, sharp, cutting, incisive, and shocks the body and soul to the verge of death. It is wholly selfish, and results from the rush and escape of just so much nerval vital life, wherefore, of course, is self-murderous, because the electric loss is not compensated by a magnetic inflow from a loving opposite. It is linear, but when pleasure results from a meeting of the electric currents of the male with the magnetic flow of the female, in the nerves of each, as in the touch of loving lips, the two currents spread out in waves, which flow all over the vast nervous network of both, until they die out as they roll upon the foot of the throne whereon each soul sits in voluptuous expectancy. In the one case, all joy is local. In the other, it is diffused over both beings, and each is bathed in the celestial and divine aura, the breath of God, suffusing both bodies, refreshing both souls. But this holy experience cannot be had where habit has blunted the nerves of each. Excess has destroyed impressibility. Rest, repose, slumber, and activity, wakefulness, impressionableness, are the equations of the eternal sex of law, and all others as well. Let me restate the law in clearer terms. First, the joys of love are consequent upon the rush of nervous fluid along the nerval fibrils, filament cord, or wires of the system, centering in the vital ganglia of either sex. When it flows alone, it is electric. When it contacts on both sides, it is magnetic. Second, the fullness of love joy depends upon the plethora of vital life and nerve aura stored up in the ganglia of the system, but especially upon the greater or less stock magazined within the mystic crypts appointed of nature for that purpose. Third, the conditions essential to the maintenance of any special power of either soul or body, especially of love and its offices, which involves both, are regular remission, voluntary cessation of its activities for a period more or less protracted, and whose term depends upon, first, the amount of force expended in other directions, and second, upon the recuperative energies of the individual. Fourth, in order to reach the highest possible affectional life, there must be lengthened terms of inaction, during which period the forces accumulate, the nervous magazines expand, the filaments grow stronger, more conductive, and sensitive at the same time, while morbid inflammations cease and normal appetite succeeds to insane physico-passional burnings, which latter are unnatural, while the former is healthful. Fifth, the intimate relations between soul and body render each, at times, the tormented victim of, and martyr to, the other. Hence, love offices are never in order save when each mind and each body agrees with the other, and the four combine and unite to one common purpose. Otherwise, disastrous results inevitably follow. For loveless union is like a moneylender. It serves you in the present tense, lends you in the conditional mood, keeps you in the subjective, rules you in the future, and puts a period to you in the end. Whereas loving union wafts you up to godness, ripens you, increases the bulk of the soul, and adds immeasurable joys to the sum of total life. Therefore, take care your love don't perish in the using of it. Sixth, remember that the human soul is a musical instrument played on by the fingers of the breath of God. Wherefore, see to it that it be kept in tune, so that none but finest symphonies are evoked. For it is only then that you can realize either the true stress or strain of being. Forget not that the soul is a republic, that each organ and faculty is one of the states, and that to ensure the common will, each should conspire to one common purpose, the happiness of all. Seventh, life without love is perpetual death. To be truly human and purely good, we must love. To be strong, something must lean upon us. And they who live apart, isolated lives, are dwelling in the midst of viewless whores, ready at any moment to take form and lash their souls to frenzy. We were born to love, to beget our kind, to bear children to the world and God, and failing therein, we defeat the very purposes for which deity launched us into being. 102. Ever since I began to write on this prolific and most vital theme, I have persistently, constantly endeavored to prove that the overstocked condition of the female labor market and the preponderance of the female over the male element in society were fruitful causes that led to the increase of the social evil, and I now write to show that there are operating, right here in our very midst, the most wicked practices tending not only to increase of this evil, but sapping the very foundations of the morals of society. It is a startling fact that the number of marriages is diminishing, the number of divorce cases increasing, there being 44 on the docket of the Supreme Court for one term in a single county in Connecticut. The state of blue laws, and steady habits. Another startling fact is that among the native element of society, the number of births is less than the number of deaths in many sections of all the states. A wicked and fearful extravagance in the mode of living, rendering marriage and housekeeping so difficult, is one cause of the decline of marriages. The poorer class must ape the style of the rich, and they make a great display when they marry. Being unable to come up to the standard, they remain single and plunge into sensuality and vice. It is estimated that in New York City and the surrounding suburbs, there are more than 200,000 females, and quite as many men, living, openly or in private, lives of shame and sensuality. The same causes are operating in New York today that led the citizens of San Francisco years ago to form vigilance committees, and for the same purpose, viz., to correct intolerable evils and to purify the political and social atmosphere. Marriage and employment would have a tendency to check this fearfully growing evil. The better portion of society must look to it, or this element in their midst will rush by a pathway of ruin to restore the equilibrium, for they cannot wholly escape the dread influences and effects. There is the revolting sin of feticide or infanticide, the tendency of which is to ruin both soul and body, sunder the bonds of pure love between the sexes, and send our most promising young women and wives into premature graves, spreading a gloom dark as night over hearts and homes that should be bright with health, joy, and happiness. It is trying to checkmate the infinite God. There is a plan whereby much of this evil may be obviated. I am aware that it has been tried, but never in right down earnest in these states, or under municipal surveillance. I refer to the establishment of matrimonial bureaus under sworn commissioners and direct care of public authorities. So far, all such affairs have been in the interests of money-seeking panders and procuresses, and to afford better facilities for supplying men with victims and mistresses, and bagnio keepers with ruined girls. There are scores of thousands of both sexes without any chance of finding mates, and they are rushed to ruin through personals and blind advertisements, and in trying to sail toward honorable marriage, run straight upon the reefs of social vice, and are forever lost. No one wants to be bad, no one sighs for harlotry or libertinism, and no one prefers a life of shame to one of honor and respect. Hence, it is the duty of the state to take measures to prevent all such false steps, and establish bureaus wherein women, and men too, may find suitable mates, and establish decent, comfortable homes, instead of filling bagnios, gaming hells, jails, prisons, syphilitic hospitals, and premature graves. All of us have human hearts and human feelings, and we were created dual-sexed, expressly that we might commingle our natures. The soul needs love just as much as the body requires food. Love starvation, the nostalgia or homesickness of the soul, is the most terrible evil that can oppress the human spirit. Reader, think how dreadful must have been the suffering that inspired these lines, the requiem of a breaking heart. Out from his palace home, he came to my cottage door. Few were his looks and words, but they linger forevermore. The smile of his sad blue eyes was tender as smile could be. Yet I was nothing to him, though he was the world to me. Fair was the bride he won, yet her heart was never his own. Her beauty he had and held, but his spirit was never alone. I would have been his slave, with a kiss for my long life fee. But I was nothing to him, while he was the world to me. Today, in his stately home, on a flower-strewn bier he lies, with the drooping lids fast closed o'er the beautiful sad blue eyes. And among the mourners who mourn, I may not a mourner be, for I was nothing to him, though he was the world to me. How will it be with our souls when they meet in the better land? What the mortal could never know will the spirit yet understand? Or, in some celestial form, must the sorrow repeated be, and I be nothing to him, while he dims heaven for me? And yet, just such wells arise heavenward every day in the year from literally thousands of bleeding spirits. 103. I do not envy the feelings of those guilty of breaking up love matches, or tyrannically ordering what shall or shall not be. If there is a hell hereafter, it seems to me that all such ought to go there, at least for a summering, if no longer. Yet there are those who ruthlessly destroy others' happiness, because they have the power. My wife was not my wife, but always her mother's daughter, has been the story ever since mothers-in-law came in fashion, and it is my opinion that more families have been smashed into smithereens, to quote a Hibernicism, by that awful power than perhaps any other single cause in the list. Yet they think they do no harm, forcibly reminding one of the moral man of the Russian poet Nekrasov. A strictly moral man have I been ever, and never injured anybody, never. I lent my friend a sum of money he could not pay. I jogged his memory in a friendly way, then took the law of him the affair to end. The law to prison sent my worthy friend. He died there, not a farthing for poor me. I am not angry, though I've cause to be. His debt that very moment I forgave, and shed sad tears of sorrow o'er his grave. A strictly moral man have I been ever, and never injured anybody never. I sent my slave to learn the art of dressing meat. He succeeded. A good cook's a blessing. But he, too, oft would leave his occupation, and gained a taste not suited to his station. He liked to read, to reason, and discuss. I tired of scolding without further fuss. Had the rogue flogged, all for the love of him. He went and drowned himself, 'twas a strange whim. A strictly moral man have I been ever, and never injured anybody ever. My silly daughter fell in love one day, and with her tutor wished to run away. I threatened curses and pronounced my ban. She yielded and espoused a rich old man. Their house was splendid, brimming over with wealth, but suddenly poor Mary lost her health, and in a year consumption wrought her doom. She left us mourning o'er her early tomb. A strictly moral man have I been ever, and never injured anybody never. 104. Probably when animal loves die out, and spiritual loves succeed them, as a general rule, the true civilization we hope for will come along. Society must outgrow the possibilities of evil and change its impudicities, its scabrous practices, its practical polygamy and polyandry, its infernal Saturnalis of lust for their exact opposites, and then, but not till then, will all the sects of whores take their departure from the world. We, who ourselves Men of Eulis, beholding the curses and contrasts of the present civilization, this thing that shines so bright, yet nurses murder at its breasts, this thing that glitters with the beauté du diable, strive by lifting the veil to show the concealed horror, and to warn mankind against it. We believe not in any form of concubinage and libertinism, but we do not use the same weapons against them that others are accustomed to. We propose to make every man and woman master and mistress of themselves, and enable them to detect the paste from the diamond. 105. Of late years there has run a chain of peculiar crime the whole length and breadth of the United States, from Maine to Texas, Boston to San Francisco. It appears as if the arch-fiend of lust himself had invented this new enormity. I allude to the systematic rapes by terrible violence or by drugging of young children, girls of from 5 to 15 years of age, and generally by hoary-headed scoundrel leechers, rheumy-eyed, filthy, wholly disgusting in every conceivable sense. Many of these awful crimes are the work of demonized men, acting from sudden impulse upon their own responsibility. But there is every reason to believe that an atrocious gang, with its headquarters in New York City, and having its laws, rules, countersigns, and passwords, with branches here and there all over the vast country, and members in nearly every considerable city, town, and village in the land. There are papers which advertise their regular meetings, albeit in a blind way, so that none but the initiate can understand. The principal idea that forms the soul of this infamous band is this: young girls are by them supposed, while pure and proceeding, and just subsequent to puberty or their natural advance into womanhood, to be endowed with the power of prolonging the life of him who shall first, by means, foul or fair, if it be possible that such an horror could, which it cannot, never can be, fair, succeed in debauching her. It is supposed that 2/5 of her allotted term of life will, by the deed, be transferred from her to him, and that the livestock thus obtained can be, and is, shared by all others of the band, on the principle of magneto-vital transfusion, not of blood, but of nerve aura. Thus a band of 40 would gain an average of 1 month's continued life beyond the allotted term of each, as the result of one outrage, but which they term by a gentler name. It is to this band that is to be attributed 8/10 of the child rapes, which, by their ultra horror, so frequently shock the nerves of the people of the world. They are all sworn to secrecy, and the traitor is liable to sudden death by murder, the pistol, knife, or poison at any moment. Perhaps their secret had never leaked out but for the confession beneath the rope, and in view of the fire that awaited him, of the wretch whose summary, and I almost said righteous, taking off a few years ago, by an infuriated mob in the West, is still fresh in the public mind. The crime, like that of Onan and the pederasts, I regard as worse than murder, because it has none of the terrible motives for or provocatives of those awful deeds, or ordinary rape. For this latter is seldom aided by the cruel knife, nor the dreadful climax crowned with inhuman butchery, as the latter nearly always has been. Lust seems to be having a Saturnalia in these days, and in 1873 of the Christianic era, a male human, through the public press, boasted that he went about the country seducing men's wives on principle, declaring he did no wrong. Onanism is mainly a physical disease, but the other crimes, including the boasting, libertines, meaning, one Moses Hole, the author of a shocking personal experience, are the deliberate actions of lost and conscienceless human souls, in other words, of human brutes, not yet immortalized. 106. In September 1873, I attended a convention of ultra-radicals in Chicago, led by a noted agitatress, with whose courage and persistence in advocating her views I was particularly pleased, and took my stand on her side because of her sex, and a persecuted member of it besides, and not because it was, is, or ever could be possible for me to view the social question from either her standpoint or that of her confreres. I do not, cannot, never did believe in promiscuity, as some claimed that woman did, but which I heard her emphatically deny. A little while before either that convention closed or some people's eyes were opened, as mine certainly were, through an incident that occurred in the hall. However, on the ground of her gender, her championship of fair play for woman, her splendid attack upon the unjust and unequal taxation laws, and because of her right to a fair and candid hearing, I maintained in Chicago, as in Boston the year previous, when the same woman was up for office, stout battle in behalf, not of her peculiar doctrines, but of her human responsibility, individualism, and the sacred right of free discussion. And I would have stood by the side of any other human being under similar circumstances, even though, as in quite dissimilar and antipodal to those I hold upon the same questions. I defended her right to a fair hearing in her bold, iconoclastic attack upon the wrongs of human, and the injurious marriage system of today. I by no means could see it right for one man or woman to share the favors of another's wife or husband, for I was barbarian enough then to have sickleized him who should victimize a loved and loving wife of mine. And I would have justified any other man or woman in the same procedure then. I justify them just the same today, and hope to till I pass away, provided always that she was not to blame, assisted not at her own disgrace. At that convention I uttered no word either for or against social freedom, confining my speeches to the 3 points above named. But I held that woman and every one else's declaration of belief and confidence in sanctified monogamic marriage, and their denunciation of unbridled license. A few days before I went to that convention, I had heard of and read the unqualifiedly infamous and infernal recital of A Personal Experience, and I went there expressly to measure swords with the thing in human shape who published it. But the coward and braggart dared not show his polluted front, for he was not there to defend his peculiar views and practice. My command of language is limited, nor could I find words bitter enough to express my opinion of him, who glorified in profaning the very holiest shrine at which manhood worships and renders great homage, that of the family. And I then, and now, would justify the wronged husband who should kill him. My intentions became known by the injudicious gabble of a confidant, and others came and persuaded me to bottle my lightning against him for the time being, lest it kindle a fire not easily extinguished. On the same day, I learned that the foes of free discussion were preparing a coup against the female leader. She was a woman, I a man. The duty was plain. I would have a hand in the battle, and stand up for fair play, until there was a good skating upon ice 5 feet thick on the lurid lakes of Gehenna. I took my stand, and committing the author of personal experience to the care of God and his own conscience, fairly and deftly through that bone of contention entirely outside of the rather warm arena. But in doing so, purposely allowed myself to be misunderstood by many people in the conclave and throughout the nation. I sought in my speeches to make 2 points only. They were these: first, the individual nature of the human soul, its actual life, its personal responsibility and destiny. And second, I declared my belief, and here repeat it, that a female adulteress or harlot is no worse than a male libertine or voluptuary, that neither is beyond the range of pardon, and that I could, and do, alike pity her who falls from force of circumstances, poverty, presence, opportunity, importunity, and organization, and him who, distracted and rendered passion-mad by a billowy expense of beautiful, snowy, palpitating bosom, loses his 7 senses and follows straight in old Adam's wake. In the Chicago conclave, as in all my works, I pleaded for the female outcast, and held that she who through misfortune stepped aside and became a mother ere a bride, should not be held in less esteem than him who brought the trouble to her door, that it is but fair to remember our own weakness, and give the helping heart and hand. I think so still, and it was an allusion to what the leading woman of the convention said on that very point that I uttered the memorable sentence, "I will stand by this woman," naming her, in the utterance of such views until there's good skating on ice 5 feet thick upon the lakes of Tophet. And so I would, and wherever and whenever a wrong is to be righted, and human justice dealt out as God's eternal is. 107. It is impossible for me to denounce as an unmitigated scoundrel and villain any human being whose misconceptions of manhood and human duty and obligation lead him to trample upon what most of us regard as holy, for we may not know the hidden causes underlying his actions. He is certainly a strange man who can justify his own or another's proceedings when lust is alone the prompter. To first seduce every woman, married or single, that he can, and then publicly boast of it, impregnating other men's wives, compelling men and women, too, to remain in ignorance as to the paternity of a given child. If such should be the issue of the passional attraction, forcing an honest, hard-working man to support his harlotized wife, and the wondering lover's bastards, and he, the wanderer, laughing at the man he has dishonored, and the wife he has degraded, forgetting the last victims while in search of new ones, repeating the ghastly crime everywhere, encouraging his own wife to play the role of common Cyprian, and scattering possible discord and desolation wherever his salacious footsteps fall. Supposing such a being to be sane, then such a thing in human shape, who would deliberately win the favors of any woman, save a very common courtesan, and then brag of it, to her shame and his own dishonor, is too small a specimen of the genus homo to be tolerated in society, calling itself civilized. Savagery is his status, and to it should he be relegated. But a civilized man of such views and practice is not sane, for he gives incontestable proof of being the victim of chronic prostatic inflammation, undoubtedly of onanistic but more likely pederistic origin, and thus being sexually mad, is a semi-responsible cerebro-prostatic maniac, to whom the universe appears as one grand discus or yoni, and himself the aspiring priapic phallic godling. I never did, by speech or pen, advocate any of the peculiar social theories broached and ventilated in that or any similar conclave, for reasons already herein and elsewhere set forth in my various writings, and yet, because I held my peace upon the main questions at issue, and in spite of the fact I was held to have sanctioned and fully endorsed all the radical utterances there made, to have upheld what I have fought all my long life, the total abrogation of all marriage, and to have espoused the doctrine of connubial hand-fastening, or temporary marriages, and I know not what else of absurdity the foes of fair play and free discussion chose to invent and fashion in fantastic garb out of whole cloth to suit their own peculiar fancies. As I suffered by distortion, so did others, and yet the sun actually rose the next day. Love's alchemy, the marrow, res gestae, summing up. 108. Human marriage, being triplicate, material, mental, emotional, has three offices, clear and distinct. First, its functions are humanizing and perpetuating. Second, they are refining, elevating, a means of soul growth. And, third, the purpose it serves is a mystic one, for beyond all doubt the ultimate of the human is deific. And fusion mingling, interblending, at one-ment, with the omnipotent God, what came from must return to the center, and he who would be nearer God is he who loves the purest. 109. The test of all love is its self-sacrificing unselfishness, and all amative love is false, unclean, abnormal, unless it is based upon the non-physical. It must be builded of respect, affection, that which is mental and spiritual, else it lasts not. 110. Woman loves easier than man, and it is easier broken unless its roots are grounded in her very soul. Then it is next to death to give up. When a man loves in right down earnest, and from the feminine side of his soul, it, all other things being equal, ever masses, overweighs any love modern women, society people, are capable of. But take the two, and probably the loves will balance each other. With this eternal fact in woman's favor, she is self-sacrificing, and her love, when it is love, is untainted with earth, is never external, never merely sensual. 111. Woman can conceal, dissemble, pretend love, not a spark of which she really feels, to perfection, and hoodwink any man she chooses to play upon. But a woman with her eyes open cannot be served the same way by a man, for love, if it be real, tells its own story. More men love their wives than wives love their husbands. He cannot make belief half as well as she, for the lady can coolly kiss a man with the intent of playing upon him at the very first chance, embrace him with a load of deceit in her heart. But when a man loves, he loves all over. Blast it, and you destroy him. But in these days, love as true and solid as that is exceedingly rare indeed. The undetected and unconvicted adulterers exceed the uncaught ones 500 to 1. This result from the non-understanding of the real and radical differences existing between true soul love and its mere passional and magnetic counterfeits, which are 50 times more abundant than the other. 112. No wicked person can truly love and remain wicked. That is the redemptive, salvatory, and alchemical power of the divine principle. True-heartedness is the corrective agency of the great human world and human soul. Without it, we are ships upon the stormy deep, with a wild rush of angry waters threatening to submerge us at any instant. With it, we are lifeboated into fair heavens and secure anchorage. With it, we arise into bliss and blessedness. Without it, misery is our lot, for it is the telegraphic system wherewith God engirdles the worlds. From him it goes, to him it returns, bringing up from the deeps the poor forlorn ones it finds there, and stringing them like beads to hang round the neck of the ineffable and viewless Lord of infinite and superlative glory. 113. At first love springs up and surges in our souls, a newborn and strange power, which rules us with a rod of iron. At the start it is vague, general, diffusive, and we are glad without knowing the reasons why, like unto the babe quickened in utero, and we are irresistibly urged to center it on someone, some reciprocating soul, and unless we do, wretched are we. If we fail so to do, but expend its forces here, there, everywhere, anywhere, we speedily cease to be truly human, but sink till we are the bond slaves of pernicious, debasing, demoralizing habit, from which there may be deliverance, but a very troublous one. We must love one, for unless we do the measure of our life on earth is unfulfilled. 114. The new soul descends to man, by him is bequeathed and entrusted to the dear mother's care during those mysterious 40 weeks. By her it is robed in flesh and blood, and during the wonderful and thrice holy process she needs all the vital life that he can spare, and it is his bounden duty to impart it in every possible form, from the gentle caress to the kind word and act of tender gallantry. She knows when she requires magnetism, and she is to be sole and supreme judge of when and where and how that vital power shall be imparted. Do not forget this. An hour's rest on his loving shoulder at the eventide, just as they sit by the open casement, is sometimes of more value to an unwell woman than untold gold and diamonds would be at another time, and under different conditions. Moreover, I have no patience with the puerile jargon of the physiologists, to the end that the great climax of connubiality ought always to cease from the conceptive moment till after lactation, that non-intercourse should be the rule, and rigidly enforced, all of which I regard as stupid nonsense, prefixed with a dash and 2 Ds, because we are human beings, not mere animals, and both the mother and babe require that magnetic life and viz. Which only the father and husband can supply. There is a very curious thing right here. Instances are numerous of a wife descending, subsequent to conception, to other than the father of her child. In such case, the second man determines the shape, quality, and caliber of the unborn infant's soul. The woman has no right to wrong any man in that style, for she ranks but as a Cyprian, and the child is essentially an illegitimate, because whereas the husband has given body to his offspring, the other supplies it with the elements of spirit, and the babe will be more like him than its own father, because spiritual laws are of stronger force than physical. Don't forget this. But the husband has no more rights in this respect than his wife, because wherever he goes, he is sure to bring back a non-assimilable foreign magneto-vital influence, which neither his wife nor child can appropriate and absorb, and thus he warps the babe's soul, if not its body, and infuses an aura into the very marrow of the being of both his dependents, which is injurious to all, and may crop out in physical disease or mental ailment in after years, by the hair-graying conduct of his angular child. When babes and children have trouble, they cry themselves to sleep. When men and women have trouble, slumber flies their weary eyes. Now when men are careless concerning the substance of this paragraph, they indicate a bad state of puerility, For of all human duties the grandest is that of fathering those who shall be superior to ourselves. But how? Suppose an inferior woman to be already pregnant. How shall I, her husband, correct the faults of haste in perfect organization? In a word, suppose the child to be has been launched into existence under very unfavorable conditions. How shall I correct the bad bias, and what shall I do that it may come to the world a far better and nobler being than if things ended just as they begin? Tell me this, O man of Eulis, and I will thank you on bended knee. Well put, my questioner. Now, heed thou well the reply thereto. First, remember that in her condition your marital offices are never in order, save when she determines they shall, ought to, or may be. Second, that if offered and accepted at any other time, a direct injury results to the mother and her unborn child. Third, wherefore in frequency is the true policy to be pursued, if you hope for good results. Fourth, remember that consummation is threefold, of body, spirit, soul. That then the greatest streams of magnetism flow from husband to wife and wife to husband. That said magnetism is a vehicle conveying the states of the soul, body, and spirit, and through it, then both the mother and the child may be blessed or cursed, poisoned or purified, filled with the divine life, or charged with the quintessence of horror and hell. Well, do you see the point? Do you understand your duty? And do you perceive that, if by restraint you add vigor to your entire being, and when she invites you to share it with her, you do so, wishing, willing, praying that untold good, unnumbered blessings may follow and result therefrom, that they will come, just as sure as God reigns. If you do not so perceive it, it is high time you did. Were you an initiate of Eulis, you would find out more on this wonderful point. But as it is, take what I herein give you, and God grant you may profit by it. 115. Love and love only can secure the devotion and heart fidelity of a woman, and any other sort is not worth having. When a woman loves, even if unreturned, she is a heroine. But if returned, she is happy, which is a great deal better than heroism. 116. Married people ruin their homes, even though loving ones, by unwise and untimely association. It should never be a matter of course, but ever and always a dual inspiration, otherwise it is defective. 117. Woman and man are not equals. They are diverse compatibles. Each contrasts and opposite the other, offsetting in all ways. The two, together, constitute the being called man. Either alone is but an incompleteness, a halfness. Neither owns the other, but are joint interestants in the social compact. The idea of ownership is what has made marriage as it is today, a jangle, wrangle, tangle. Anything, everything, but what it should be. It were well if we would each of us constantly bear in mind that we conquer oftenness when we stoop to do so, and that more is to be gained by graceful sacrifice than stubborn reliance upon reserved rights. 118. The second purpose of marriage is the peopling of the spaces. Its essence is spiritual. In true marriage, there is a mutual infiltration of soul, whence it happens that nature, in slowly molding each to resemble the other, proclaims that marriage real and true, but not all the ceremonies on earth could fuse a couple of natural antagonists, If these likenesses are not observed, it is a pretty sure sign that there is but little love coursing round that homeside, and still less flowing through the channel of their lives. We do not want to find ourselves growing away from each other, but infusing natures and blending spirits, to coalesce with our opposites, effecting a chemical union, admitting no separation, and the only solvent of which is the grand alkahest, death, and if the marriage be perfect, even death is unable to change it. Reader, don't be a fool. Don't lavish your love on one who talks but never acts it. I, the author of this book, tell you that if your heart is overflowing with affection, you are in all the greater danger of first filling some empty, bladder-like being with your own soul's sphere, then falling desperately in love with it, only to waken from the dreadful sleep to find him or her a diabolical sham, and yourself wrecked, ruined, prostrate, helpless, broken-hearted, deserted, and wretched beyond description. Prove all things, especially proffered love, and when you find it real, give rein to your soul, but not till then. 119. When a couple are alike, equally choleric, mental, physical, frigid, or the reverse, passive, positive, magnetic, electric, tall, slender, fat, active, indolent, then such are constitutionally, temperamentally, and in most other respects non-adapted to each other. And if they are not careful, there will be more down than up, discord than its opposite in that family. But where such persons have already cast the die of what passes current in these days as marriage, there's wisdom in seeking to create or build up an artificial harmony, which care and time will render habitual, natural, and permanent, because habit becomes even stronger than nature, as witness the use of narcotics, which all are disgusted with at first. If people will but attempt in thus making a second nature, the barrenness, usually in such cases, will be obviated, as well as the premature senility and impotence resultant. For that both these effects are often owing to such causes is as clearly established as any other medical fact, albeit the sufferers are not always aware of the reason. 120. In all males of the human species, the personal, physical charms of woman, based upon desire, is the central attractive point round which all desires cluster. His better, nobler, higher love comes afterward. Reverse the case for woman. Her love never has that rise. She takes to the better side first, his social, mental, moral, spiritual manhood, and only after the lapse of time, frequently a whole year, does she awaken to the realization of the purely sensuous or passional, and uncounted thousands there are who never awaken thereto at all from the altar to the grave. In all such cases, he is an unwise man who does not, by careful and assiduous attention, by every delicate and tender means, seek to establish the natural equilibrium, by all true human methods arouse the dormant power in the breast of her who shares his lot and life. 121. Prior to the actual marriage, the husband loves deepest, most intensely and devotedly, but after that his ardor cools, and a revulsion of feeling amounting to dislike is almost sure to follow, in which he is the exact opposite of woman, for it is then only that she begins to cling to him with a depth and fervor surprising to him, astonishing to herself. Wise is he who then gives her reason to make that love permanent, solid, lasting, even to the brink of the grave. Men, all males in fact, love fiercest before marriage, all females subsequent thereto. It is the law. But a man must so comport himself at these primal interviews as not to wound her sensitive spirit, or cloud her life with gloom, dread, fear, suspicion. First impressions last the longest. 122. Man's love is never a steady stream or constant force. He, so to speak, packs it away in the presence of other business, and gives it an airing now and again. But woman reverses all that, and loves right straight along from the start, every day and all the time, provided she loves at all. Whatever she may be about, no matter what, her love is the sole theme of her life, the only occupation of her mind, and she takes good care to give it air every hour of the day, and a fair return in kind amply repays her for many an hour of mortal anguish. If she fails to get it, God help her, for her life is but a lingering, painful, torturous death. It is even so with man. If he loves, as I have loved, my God, and after long months of toil awakens to find his idol but a phantom, that he has been embalming a doll in his own heart and loving it, but getting no return, what wonder that madness comes, and the wild beating of his heart and throbbing of his temples drive him to the brink of ruin, until he stands toppling on the cliffs of suicide, doubtful whether to leap or not, and only saved by the omnipotent hand of the interfering God. 123. Lust ties man to the outer walls of human life, and keeps him there a prisoner, feeding upon the poorest of husks. But love frees him from many a gyve and thrall, gives him the freedom of God's gardens of joy, feeds him with the bread of life, opens the gates of heaven, and admits him to the companionship of celestial varieties and divinest life and truth. Without love, we are indeed poor hermits in the world. 124. People plunge headlong into perdition and social Gehenna by rushing into each other's arms too often. Passional excess generates disease. Love cures them. And all the kidney difficulties and nervous disorders extant are but the physical expression of the morbid and unhealthy states of the love natures of their respective victims. Those who love can never prostitute themselves or each other in any way. It is just as impossible to kindle fire with ice as too long deceive a soul that loves. But God, how terrible is the awakening to the fact that all this time you have been lavishing your heart's best treasures on a dead stock. Then, in her case, comes leucorrhea, or gravid uterus, not physical ailments, but the outward sign that there's love trouble in the soul, and love the only remedy. In his case, insanity more or less pronounced and enduring. 125. There are periods when love insists upon passional moods. It is its natural appeasement. If not yielded to, a frightful train of ills are sure to follow, and madness may end the cruel scene. 126. Jealousy quite as often springs from magnetic incompatibility and impotence as from love astral, and it brings on heart pain, dyspepsia, liver, and Bright's disease, prostatic, urethral, vaginal, ovarian, and other fatal troubles, long before the allotted span of years run out. 127. Doctors tell us that actual marriage will cure some diseases of woman, but a diseased woman is not fit for it, and actual marriage in diseased states of either party is monstrous. The doctrine is nonsense, pure and simple. Magnetism may do, marriage no. But facts are facts, and the things occur. If love underlie it, well and good. If not, then not. It is disastrous. But if good results follow, it is affection that works the miracle, nothing coarser. And more wives are injured in that manner than sextons can find spades to dig graves for. That is a very poor sort of love, which always exacts but never gives. She prated of love all day long, and neglected by one single act to prove her truth, is the story of many a man's life. He says he loves me, but just look at me. Does love waste one as I am wasted? My God, let this bitter cup pass from me, is the daily cry of millions of married women. I'm tired and sick of dead babies. They ought to fill out the term of 80 years and 10, but they don't. And those who escape the sewers, sinks, drains, and being carried out with the tides, or being snugly put away in a cigar box and stuck in a hole in the garden, are mighty uncertain of a safe deliverance from measles, scarlatina, croup, paregoric, or Mrs. Winslow's soothing syrup. Ah, but isn't it a soother? Soothing many a one to a sleep that knows no waking. But these dead ones are not all the offspring of the riffraff, or hard-handed servitors at labor's shrine. But many a hundred of them might lay claim to aristocratic lineage, and I have quite enough experience to satisfy me that those who do, or who wink at, such deeds are many of them churchgoers, full of deadly piety, who behind the scenes revel in debaucheries dreadful enough to shame a satyr. Not a few of them are reformers, in public preaching perfect purity, but in private practicing promiscuity, and the very ones, if male, with whom no decent, respectable woman could be alone with 10 minutes, save at the absolute certainty of being insulted by the most villainous proposals. In my medical practice, and that of teacher, 3 classes of persons mainly sought relief or counsel. First, wives whose daily life was a living death, whose homes were toffets in petto, and whose husbands sick, in one respect treated them worse than they did the dumb brutes in barn or stable, poor, waxen-faced martyrs, worse than sacrificed and slaughtered on the altars of a legalized sensualism, so low and mean, selfish, exacting, as to even shame the beasts of the field, and these wives human. Second, men and women whose hearts and souls yearned for affection which they found not, and which they were denied by those from whom they had the right to expect it. People who were either fretting to death under the awful galling yoke of a bad marriage, or who wanted a vice to guide them to the desired haven and heaven of marriage, as God intended it should be. Third, but by far the largest class of callers and correspondents must be reckoned that vast mass of people whose entire gender nature had been broken up or down and demoralized until they had become mere phantom men and women, incapable of realizing the sublime meaning of the words sex and marriage, and so disordered and diseased that hope itself, with folded wing and fouled anchor, perched upon a bleak cliff on some island far away. Oh, my God, what utter horror and blank despair have I seen gleam from the eyes of thousands, victims all, to vampiral depletion, nervous and vital exhaustion, impotentia, barrenness, diseases of uterus, vulva, ovaries, kidneys, prostate, heart, lungs, brain, the terrible personal Hades outgrown from society, with its falses and shams, its money marriages, its deceit and hypocrisy, denouncing the wrong with the breath, but with acts encouraging concubinage, Cyprianism, libertinage, and by its repressions fashion, style, display, and airiness, discouraging marriage, and fostering thereby the solitary vice now desolating millions, and decimating all the fair lands. I make the solemn statement and declaration that a very fair percentage of that third class, wherefrom the dignified, wealthy, respectable, Christian, aristocratic, and even reverend stratas of society, not of this country alone, but of all civilized lands, including Cuba, Chile, Brazil, France, Spain, China, Australia, Japan, and England. In fact, the demand for sex tonics and invigorants is not only simply enormous, but almost universal, and all springing from violation of the love laws of our common human nature. Of course, such a demand for such medicines speaks in thunder tones against the causes producing it, and equally loud against the private habits of us of the world. But the facts exist, and even the dreadful syphilis in modified form rages in the blood and bones of unnumbered thousands, not only of guilty debauchees, who are scarce to be pitied, but alas, in those of innocent wives and prattling infants. What are these half-murdered ones, of both the latter classes, to do? Suffer and die like leprous dogs? Or are they to reach forth and make desperate efforts for physical salvation? If the latter, then all legislators should at once look to the enactment of laws suppressing quackery, making syphilis a criminal offense, hanging abortionists, squelching flash papers, and legalizing all unions based on blind trust on one side and villainous libertinage on the other, and punishing reunions elsewhere as it now punishes polygamy outside the favored Mormon and perfectionist churches, institutions, or bagnios, religious and theological. Shame on the press, the first estate of modern nations, that it hesitates to launch its thunders at the class of wrongs just cited and hurl them forever into Hades. Firm in the right, the public press should be, the tyrant's foe, the champion of the free, faithful and constant to its sacred trust, calm in its utterance, in its judgment just, wise in its teaching, uncorrupt and strong, to spread the right and to denounce the wrong. Long may it be ere candor must confess on freedom's hordes a weak and venal press. It is generally admitted that there's something wrong in society, but what the cure is or shall be is not so apparent. One class of people advocates social freedom as the panacea, whatever that may mean. Before I went to, at, and until the last day of, the Chicago Convention, elsewhere alluded to, I thought I knew the correct meaning of the terms. I find I did not, and therefore look in other directions for the social cure. Spoiled cheese and cheese spoiled are the same to me, nor for my life can I now see the difference in the moral grade and status of a Cyprian or libertine on the payrolls, and the same impulse and passion being the spur and motive. The cheese smells equally bad in both cases. It wouldn't be a bad thing to make it a punishable offense for any MD to call syphilis by the nicer name of scrofula, thus fooling honest wives and screening recreant husbands, even if they are well paid for their white lies. For in these days that scourge burns the bodies of unspotted virgins in the shape of flor albus, womb complaint, etc., inherited from infected mothers. The evil is bad enough if it stopped right there, but it don't, because in the first place it brings on pruritus, vaginal itching, creates morbid desire, and subjects girls as pure as snow to the almost dead certainty of falling victims to the first graceful, smart, and salacious scoundrel that comes along. A scoundrel and victim, too, it may be of the same inherited fluid, ruin coursing like streams of fire through his swollen veins. In the second place, these girls are to become wives and mothers, these boys husbands and fathers. Thus the curse is injected into the veins of myriads of the yet unborn, children doomed before birth to endure a life of perpetual ill health and morbid unrest, to know nothing of real happiness from the breast to the tomb, to which later they are likely to be rushed prematurely by suicide, resultant from insanity begotten by the beings who parented them. Again, I repeat, syphilis is a crime and should be held as such. 118. Love is multiple in form and mode. Sometimes it will endure and suffer long. At others it will die as if lightning struck. But the dying sort of affection is not worth tying to, never. Irish love is gallant, but not lasting, and is more affectional or emissive than ardent and amative. Negro love is diffusive, hilarious, sensual. Oriental love is sad-eyed, dreamy, vague, skyey, poetic, rapt, heavenly, divine, but not keen or passional. Spanish love is fiery, ardent, impetuous, terrible, scorching, consuming, tender, but not enduring. German love is parental, maternal, filial, domestic, dead level, and mainly physical. It has no Italian heights, no sunbursts, no mountains or valleys, no anguish, no great joys, no hilltops crowned with glittering sheen. French love is superficial, lascivious, and when youth is gone, a thing of memory, not of fact. English love, like its food and architecture, is solid, lasting, nourishing, life-prolonging, good to have, but has no extremes. Scotch love is domestic, but mealy. Northern love is like that of the Felidae, catty, scratchy, periodic, poisonish, often downright brutal, and never tender, delicate, or refined. Yankee love is fitful, uncertain, changeful, passional, moody, seldom more than superficial, because the Yankee faculties are all engrossed in the one grand object of American life, dollars and dimes, dash and display. Western love I know but little about, and, judging from what I saw in Ohio, is so-so-ish, not deep, cool, calculating, and seldom drives its victims to suicide, because only the heartful sink to despair. Lastly, Southern love is volcanic, chivalrous, gallant, true, tender, jealous, safe when earnest, devotional and devoted, genuine and manly. The well-bred Southerners are true ladies and gentlemen of America. I never met but one mean man among them in all my life, and he was descended from a French family, born in Limerick, or the Cove of Cork. They have less sharp intellect, perhaps, than the northern people, but more soul. Hence, while subject to fevers, amative weakness they are free from. 129. An old man should be very careful of the intimacies of wedded life. He should change his amative for amissive order, because all old people are more or less troubled with embolism, a clogging of the veins, nerves, arteries, muscles, all the viscera, with the limy, chalky, carbonaceous, calcareous refuse of the body, just as the organs cannot get rid of. And the accumulation means a cessation of physical joys and vigor, and ultimate death. When embolism prevails to a considerable extent, the orgasm is a dangerous thing for that man, and death stands close by whenever he forgets that he is no longer a youth. But if such will insist on being foolish, they should first get rid of the embolism and cleanse the body of all superfluities, in the shape of phosphates, alkaline, or acid. Dissolve the clayey refuse, and evacuate it at once, else sometime he may, in repeating youth-like follies, so shock and shatter his nervous system as to rob him of what few years remain to him on earth. This cleansing process is quite easy of accomplishment, as I have elsewhere stated, and while alive am ready to instruct about, and this point suggests another closely connected with it. 130. Self-venery is more often a disease than it is a vice or crime. In either case, the fault or habit is easily corrected, cured, and broken. All that is necessary is to exhibit medicines that will repress the amative appetite, and for a while seal up the ducts. The waste being stopped, of course, strength accumulates, for the rich, vital life is retained, assimilated, and the diseases of nerves, brain, and pelvic viscera disappear before the returning march of vigorous and triumphant health. 131. I cannot resist the desire to repeat my warning against the ruinous and suicidal policy of conjugal frauds, that is, carrying the marriage to a point short of completion. But I have additional reasons. They are these. The shock to the nervous system is at least 10 times greater in such cases than in the normal rite, or even its dreadful counterfeit. And I never saw a case where it had been a habit that the man was not terribly injured, cerebrally as well as nervously. In all such cases, sanity was a diminishing ratio, and the brain injured almost beyond the power of reparation. The natural office must be naturally fulfilled, else the strain on the blood vessels of the pelvis is so great that premature impotence is sure, while that upon the cerebral arteries means insanity, paralysis, brain softening, spinal disease, apoplexy, and death. Unless both realize what God intended, ruin sooner or later is the inevitable result. In cases where the sensuous equations are not alike, the more rapid nervous action can be retarded by an effort of the will, and God's design be accomplished, not frustrated. 1/2 the sudden deaths of middle-aged men result from this cause. 132. Many husbands, by various means, have so impaired their personal vigor as to be semi, if not wholly, impotent. But instead of imputing it to the right cause, they attribute it to some fault on the other side of the house, and poor she leads an unhappy life in consequence. Now this is all wrong, but the cure quite easy. First, he should occupy his own chamber solus. Second, breathe deeply. Third, be much in the sunshine. Fourth, drink no liquors. Fifth, bathe often. Sixth, eat solid beef and unsifted flour, no potatoes at all. And in 4 weeks, he will recuperate all his lost energies and be a man again. For while he remains a weakling and a passional imbecile, he could not be happy with the best and fairest wife that ever was fashioned by the master hand of omnipotence. 133. It often happens that from some occult reason there is a great deficiency, even to the extent of horror and disgust on the part of some ladies, whose lords, not realizing the enormity of such conduct, lead lives of insistence and reap crops of passive yet enforced compliance on the part of their victims, shall I say? Such men should realize that it is in their own power, by delicacy and kindness, to change the morbid to a natural state, so that what was shrunk from with loathing will in 6 months be accepted as natural and right, and be fully reciprocated, with a little noble and forbearing trial, and some patience. Yet the reward is ample, and oh, how delightful, to feel that she regards you as a savior from yourself, instead of, as before, a little domestic tyrant bent on mischief, careless, who suffers so long as you do not. 134. True manhood, and all that it implies, proclaims itself in nothing so well and fairly as in the tones of our voices. When we are right in that respect, the sounds are clear, deep, round, full, sonorous, melodious, with an underlayer of music ringing out bell-like from our very souls. It then shows that we are right both at the emotive and brain centers of our duplicate being, but when they are cracked, shrill, sharp, acute, squeaky, false, coppery, gongy, it indicates little power and less soul, for it is morbid, and its possessor is better fit for almost anything else than holy, honorable, God-sanctioned marriage. 135. Soul vigor, and what it implies, depends to a great extent on lung capacity, and that generally indicates good digestion. No great act or mighty thought can originate in or be accomplished by one who is deficient in the foundational quality of absolute manhood. Just so long as we are morbid in that department, that long we are demoralized all over, inside, outside, head to heel, and soul and body. Sexive health and purity is the price of power. We cannot have it on any other terms whatever. Wherefore truth to one love builds up the entire being, while any departure therefrom, any degree of promiscuity, beats the soul's wings to the ground, cripples its energies, lays it low, just as summer torrents lay low the ripening grain. As a thinker, I regard that as one of the most important of all truths. In nothing is this rule more imperative than in the cases of such persons as desire to cultivate the inner powers of the being, for any passional excess or variety as certainly disarms the soul, seals up the spiritual eyes, blunts the inner power of perception, and ruins the capacity for psychovision, as that water and fire are antagonistic. It is said that one cannot serve God and mammon at the same time, and it is equally certain that we cannot cultivate the better and loftier powers resident within us, and at the same time give a loose rein to the carnal passions of our nature. 136. The force of genius is the force of gender, and both are the force of destiny. No man or woman can be truly great unless their amatory natures are well developed. In my medical practice, I first cured people of innumerable diseases myself, and then taught my pupils how to do likewise, by firstly, secondly, and lastly, getting them right sexively, after which dear old nature carried them straight up the hills of health. When a man is full of vigor, he scorns to do a mean thing, because he feels himself so much a man. You pick out all the scoundrels and drivers of hard bargains, and that portion of their nature will be found missing. No color in their faces, no manhood in their being, too mean to live, too miserable to die. On the other hand, when a lady's periods are sweet, pure, regular, she's mighty apt to be very pleasant company to whoever chances to pass by that way. And her very smile is a ray of sunlight straight out from heaven. But just as soon as the fleurs blanches appear, she begins to sour right away, and a woman in either state should forever be held apart and sacred, for she is no more capable of wifeliness at such times than is the weanling crawling on the floor. Why, everyone can see it at a glance. 137. Death is but the beginning of some people's real trouble, and marriage is generally the commencement of everybody's else's. For there's so much morbidity afloat that people are perverted before marriage, and remain so afterward. Such can never avoid slander, scandal, backbiting, but take thereto as ducks to water, because the foundations of nobility are sealed up, and neither man or woman, thus characterized, can live at peace with any other of God's creatures on the footstool. Such wives either fool their lords or make home too hot to hold them. Such men neglect their wives, and general chaos reigns supreme. Now if such would but take pains to revive and cultivate the true instinct, the road to happiness would open straight before them. 138. When the skin of the face, hands, arms is loose and flabby, it is sure sign of three things: kidney, bladder, vaginal, urethral, brain, or uterine trouble, originating in affectional disturbances, of chronic discontent, and of the need of cure by affection. Let this be done, and they who would love and be loved breathe deeply, and the physical ailments will disappear. Promiscuity can never do it. I have heard doctors recommend it, but I have no patience with them or with that other ilk who contend for variety in love. To me, they are but human toads bent on besluming the morals of mankind. I defy any sane man to love the wife whom he knows shares with another favors to which he alone by their mutual troth is entitled. Public opinion sets in strong tides against such doctrine, and although it is sometimes pig-headed and wrong, yet in this it is unquestionably right, because no true, genuine man or woman is willing to, or capable of, sharing the love which ought to be exclusively their own. Lecherous human halflings advocate the doctrine, but it is always on their side of the house at the expense of someone else's wife or daughter. It is simply monstrous and impossible for healthy people to be happy in variety. 139. People who have no charity toward those who, by pressure of circumstances, place, opportunity, or magnetism, step aside and commit a social fault, will upon analysis be found not overly sound at heart, secretly unprincipled, and woefully lacking in the basic elements of genuine man or womanhood. Prudes are not perfectly clean in all corners of their souls. Those who demolish bagnios are usually bagnio patrons. Rakes and libertines have less mercy than their opposites, while those who say a good word for the fallen are the ones who know how it is themselves to be spat upon, maligned, lashed, scorned, neglected, and that too by those unworthy to latch their shoestrings, while they who hate the opposite sex give proof positive of foul personal habits within the secrecy of their own rooms. 140. Men often like their wives as household conveniences, yet never really husband them, and that's exactly what every woman wants but don't get, as a general rule. Now, if there is one fool greater than another, it is either the wife who submits to such treatment when she has her remedy in the exercise of the three principles named elsewhere in this book, or the husband who expects that a neglected wife can really love him and honestly be sorry when he dies. 141. Virtue, not its opposite, is the normal state of man. Affection, not passion, is what we crave and yearn for, and finding are blessed. When we go astray, it is more from the pressure of circumstances than the natural inclination of our souls. Most of us were born wrong, and inherent tendencies not good for us. Still, in the cultured will, we have a never-failing remedy. The heart's allegiance must first be turned aside before the body yields to passional breezes blowing from off the home shore. Wherefore I hold it better to not try to break the bad connection by force, but by the applied will re-win the straying one to love's arms again. 142. The essence of marriage is consent. Ceremonials merely publish the fact. Wherefore it should be the law of every land that he who finds a woman worth seducing and does it should, by that act alone, be compelled to maintain and acknowledge her as a lawful wife, unless she sees fit to waive her undoubted right to claim and hold him as a husband. The fact that a man has done such an act should in law bar him from marriage with any other woman. Such is the way in which I look at it, and if society would but adopt the idea, there would be fewer libertines, and some millions less of ruined girls and forlorn prostitutes. She who robs a woman of her husband, or he who ruins a confiding girl, merits a season in Tophet, and if I were Brahm, would get it, sure. 143. The more familiarities a single woman permits a man to take, the more he is sure to undervalue her, and the less she respects and honors him. It is natural for him to despise one who allows to great freedoms. So also within the sacred pale of wedlock, the very first immodesty on either side blunts the edge, takes the bloom from the peach, lessens them in their own and each other's eyes, and is the beginning of folly which often ends in the divorce courts, the brothel, bagnio, or the grave. Modesty and circumspection build up tottering loves. Their opposites bring disrespect and finally dissolution. I say these things here because I have long known them to be true. What a pleasant thing it must be to a sensible and sensitive woman to have, whenever her heart prompts her to express affection, her better half meet her with a storm of coarse and disgusting passion, the base idea of which must be perfectly withering to her soul. Poor she, one of thousands, how ardently must she long for death, and dread even heaven itself, if there is marrying and giving in marriage away over in the upper land. And how such a woman must try to be a Buddhist and long for nihility rather than continued life, But then such states are begotten of her, their deep unrest causing them too long, as have I ere now, for whole eternities of sweet and restful sleep. But then women capable of such yearnings are immortal, will survive death, and, let us believe, their longings will be appeased, their pangs assuaged, over there where it is certain they, like myself, will at last be understood, for such seldom are on this earth, and at 30 odd it is too late to hope to be while in the flesh. Helen, a loose one, caused the wars of Troy, and from her down the lane of ages, men and women too have practically adored body and worshipped lust and fashion, openly or sub rosa, and until some disseminating scourge originating in lust shall sweep the earth, as it will within a century, of 16ths of its human denizens, the same wild worship will continue as before. 144. How very seldom married people praise each other, yet nothing on earth goes so far toward rejuvenating a waning regard as the expression of gladness at each other's points, acts, trials, victories, industry, perseverance. Yet all this power for good is practically ignored, and while others are praised and cheered to the echo, we never get the slightest token of appreciation, even though we toil like abject slaves to deserve it. If love exists between couples, it ought to show itself in something better than mere empty words. If it does not, whole troops of discontentments come crowding at our fireside. For neglected duties, broken promises, lip affection, magnetic or passional attraction will not fill the bill of an anxious heart. They paralyze us, render us cross, selfish, non-ambitious, careless, hopeless, solitary, and despondent. That affection which words itself by daylight and snores when night veils the world is not worth an hour's purchase. Palsied affection seldom gets entirely well again, and non-reciprocal marriage infuriates all males. And too many wives make not the slightest effort toward mutuality, and by so neglecting one of the first of wifely duties, clap the lid on the coffin of their happiness, and hurry their joys to an untimely grave. And after thus committing marital suicide, they weep and wonder that their lords do not fall down at their feet to worship and idolize them as of yore, in the halcyon days of courtship and the honey month, not realizing that he, poor fellow, has found the lace, all paper, the diamonds, and all paste, and no man likes either of these. She is not wise who expects to hold a man securely unless one of her strongest cords is reciprocation, which every husband has a right to expect and realize, and every wife, by her vow, is bound to culture and accord. Otherwise their union is but a mockery and a sham. She who habitually fails in that wifely duty helps to support the females who occupy the palaces of sin and jinn, to whose society her husband is, as they say, driven by her coldness. The strange woman at least simulates accord, while the honorable wife expresses frigidity, horror, indifference, or disgust, neither of which are well calculated to keep a man in good training for his constant combat with the world. I hold him not a good man who ever seeks what can never be sanctioned except by mutual love, For it is a profanation of the divinest sanctities of the human soul, and he is a poor specimen of a man who can seek solace in a Cyprian's arms, or revel in passional debauch bought with current coin either in or out of wedlock. For nothing but love can ever justify an act which may launch an immortal soul into being. Under these holy conditions, marriage generates glorious thoughts, noble resolve, courage to endure, gives a better zest of, and hold on, life, fortune, goodness, God. Under the false condition, every participant rests on the edge of Hades, ready to roll off into it at any moment. And if there is an especial curse, they deserve it who, with their eyes open, as mine now are, and for some time have been, violate that sacred law, that and variety are death to true affection, and also destructive of the power and ability to experience any but coarse and gross emotion, besides brutalizing human nature, destroying nobleness of character. They totally unfit us to become parents of pure children and good ones, but only of such as, born of passion, shall rush on, passion tides, adown the stream of life, cursing their progenitors at every inch of the dreadful way. But true love, thank heaven, antagonizes and finally destroys lurid, baneful lust. The twain are incompatible, but the angel slays the fiend whenever they meet in combat on anything like even terms. Thank God for that again, so be it forever. 145. There are too many million outrages inside, as well as without, the pale of matrimony, but these won't be when both sides understand and obey the law which underlies human nature everywhere. Men are chronically inflamed by reason of wrong life, are too excitable, hence unreasonable, and are apt to obtrude offensively, and far too frequently, for the best interests of all concerned. Wives yield when it is clear that from ill health they ought not and cannot without injury. No human season occurs oftener than thrice a month at most, before, after, and midway of her lunar period, the first two being ovarian seasons. Maternity may result. The latter is her periodic soul season, when motherhood is impossible, but soul blending the divine resultant. Here is another new revelation of sex, and the statement of a law discovered by carefully noting hundreds of cases in a medical practice of nearly 30 years, and it is one that ought to be conformed to, because it will yet prevent innumerable child murders that else would result from ignorance of it. In announcing this law, I do mankind a service, and save many a woman from risks that may not wish to encounter. It is held by some modern physiologists to be a law that if the wife reaches the natural demise of marriage before the husband and conception occurs, the resultant will be a boy, whose nature will resemble her own far more than it will her husband's. But if the father anticipates, the product will be feminine, but she will be more like him than its mother. Thus the gender of an inchoate human being can be predetermined by the omnipotence of will. All that is essential is the agreement as to what it shall be. Before ending this section, I desire to re-impress the great truth and vital law. It is this: where husband or wife is ill, mentally, morally, emotionally, or in any other way, that illness can be assuredly remedied by them, if when lying by each other they will but place their hands on each other's breasts, and will an interchange of vital life. It will instantly pass and repass, affording an exhibition of soul power that shall astonish most people, and this mutual impartation becomes not merely a physical nervous joy, but a most powerful magneto-vital health-engendering force, an invigorant of the most wondrous potency, a direct and holy prayer, certain to be honored and answered by the everlasting and very loving God. 146. Couples fell in being happy or rendering each other so, from muscular flabbiness and consequent pulpiness of brain. Now if they will but lift all they can, gradually increasing the weight of the bags of sand, or whatever else it may be, 5 minutes before retiring, and 2 on arising, while in night dress, ovarian, uterine, vaginal, kidney, bladder, testicular, and prostatic weakness will vanish like mists before the morning sun, and with the increase of muscular strength will come an accrement of love and its cognates, thus dispensing with the aphrodisiacs now so largely used. In 3 months this course will revolutionize a household, because it will give the soul a better vehicle to operate through, clear the channels of the body, remedy constitutional weakness, prevent and cure embolism, the great impotence creator, and will give a prolonged lease of life and all its nobler pleasures. 147. Love starvation is a terrible thing to endure, but one which is not at all necessary, for by posing the soul for a mate or a love, by willing and decreeing it as a system, and the love power will go out from you and center on your adaptation, just as surely as that you make and persevere in the effort. The same principle applied to amative disorders will repair the impairment. 148. Accursed forever must he, she, or they be who counsel either conjugal frauds, connubialism, or any other destructive social abomination. They are seldom anything else than murderous. They lead to abortion. That is murder, and its perpetrators non-professional. Just be paraded through the streets on a mule's back, placarded abortionists, while the professional baby killers should swing by the neck to the nearest tree or lamp post. Another class of wretches need legal attending to. I refer to the makers and advertisers of peculiar stimulants, because they are compounded of villainous drugs, which agitate for a while, but are dead sure to land the takers upon the bleak shores of sterility and hopeless impotence. There are cases wherein sex tonics, invigorants, and direct aphrodisiac agents are absolutely essential to the restoration of amative and general health, but such are incapable of harming even a child, because their action is tonic and constitutional, and not sudden, fiery, lust-begetting, and destructive. There are plants, essences, tinctures, and extracts which, in the hands of good physicians, are effective for the purposes sought, while utterly non-dangerous and free from harm. Let such be used, or none at all. Elsewhere herein I have alluded to a paper upon the esoteric part of the grand topic of this volume, called the Ansoretic Mystery, in which form I have opened up certain knowledges which I deem quite essential to the complete education of every true adult person. Concerning it, while I live, letters can be addressed to me, when dead, to my heirs, and those who will then become sole publishers of all my works. The end of the vision. I promised to give the sequel to the curious vision related in the forepart of this book concerning the woman and the man. First, it will be remembered that I sincerely loved and sympathized with my friend to such an amazing magnetic extent that at times I was in absolute rapport with his entire soul, and at one time, believing the vision to have been true, I pitied him and the millions who have sailed in the same boat and been wrecked upon the rocks of treachery, adultery, and deceit. But in this case, the vision was not true, for the lady was then and ever after as pure as snowflakes, winging their way from space to earth while still floating in mid-air. But she had, prior to leaving, associated a day or two with a woman of the world, who had suggested the strange question upon which the man had long pondered and morbidly brooded, and his loneliness and her long silence had strengthened his evil suspicions, which suspicions he had imparted to me, and I had entered into full sympathy with him, believing just as he did. Second, my friend was an artist of wide celebrity, very magnetic, and ties of that character were easily formed by him, and to sever them was often as fraught with agony as would be pulling teeth from a sensitive soul, were that possible. Hence he was quite easily vampirized by unprincipled women, just as I have been in a score of times, in as many lands, in my own strange life, by female leeches, who, attracted by the magnetic fullness of the nature inherited from the dear mother who bore me, came to feed upon it, and deplete my very soul. This, be it known, being possible with the slightest guilt of a sensual character, for such is not always essential to the attraction of the vital life of a full soul by an empty, cormorantic one. It was from the abundance of these she-fiends who clustered round me that for a time a semi-libertinish odor attached itself to my name, because, being foiled in their desperate game and diabolic intent, they generally went off and took sweet revenge, a la Mrs. Potiphar, and scandalized me far and near, right and left, Cyprians, vampires, ghouls, all, without a single exception, penniless adventuresses, who came to learn of me how to victimize mankind, because I knew all the higher, white, as well as the lower and black magic, and they panted like the hart after the booklets for the information they knew I alone, if I chose, which I did not, impart, but dismissed them empty as they came. It is a curious circumstance of my life that the worst foes I ever made were, first, the people to whom I lent money, and second, those whom I refused to initiate into the mystical secrets adverted to above. For the fellow who invited me to Massillon after the Boston fire, finding I would not instruct him how to be a greater scoundrel than nature made him, or God intended, perjured what soul he had, and thereby extorted nearly all I had saved from the fiery wreck 2 months before. The old man of the letter and young girl notoriety also turned upon me for identical reasons. The ranks of reformers are thickly strewn with unprincipled males and females too, and I have been done to the tune of thousands by adventuresses of that peculiar ilk, as in the La Hue case detailed in the book called My Curious Life, and in the case of La Blondette of the Woman's Book. So much for victimization through magnétisme mauvaise, to say nothing of another instance where, Through a cleverly morphined pint of ale, bitter beer, it proved, my mother's only son was relieved of some hundreds of dollars, compelled to execute a will and acknowledge a fact which never existed, by the persuasive eloquence of a six-barreled revolver in the hands of a male, and a four-barreled one in the pocket of a thieving she-zingara. I therefore could pity the man. Third, if you turn to the section of the mirror vision, you will see that it had prophesied coming trouble to be followed by a calm, and also that I had utterly forgotten the fact for the time. About the same period in which my friend was in the trouble about the woman, that trouble was enhanced and exacerbated by the arrival of a female from California, who had crossed the continent expressly to lay siege to his heart and passions. She was strongly sensuous, of fine presence, voluptuous, sharp, keen, practical, and totally devoid of honor and principle, yet fearfully, desperately in love with him, so that, between all the powers bearing on him, the man was entirely distraught, and that too, at a time when from other causes he was ill, morbid, downcast, and very negative. He therefore had brooded on his wretched fancies till himself was half daft, and I, his friend, through sympathy, was in full rapport with him. Fourth, he had entrusted the absent one with certain very important financial business, which she, in thoughtless mood, had utterly ignored and totally neglected. Consequently, he was angry. Fifth, he wearied me with the constant recital of his troubles, while I myself was ill, tired, worn out with excessive loneliness, mental toil, and financial embarrassments, all of which combined threw me into a very morbid physical state, and his injuries and my absurd fancies took the dreadful form they did, which state of soul was taken advantage of by the teaching dead, the viewless powers of the Empyrean, to inculcate this most solemn, if most painful lesson he or I had ever learned. For there was not, and never had been, the slightest ground for either jealousy or suspicion, for their object was as pure as the sweetest angel who flits glory about God's eternal throne. The lesson cured two of us of jealousy in the first place. Second, rid him then, and me, shortly afterward, of all vampiral influences, whether from California or elsewhere. Third, it brought us both nearer to those to whom our hearts went out in craving, longing, yearning for the bread of life, womanly affection. Fourth, it led us to bend our stubborn souls at the shrine of the forgiving God. Fifth, it taught us the mighty lesson of God-reliance and self-control. Sixth, taught us the folly of indulging even in occasional bibulant habits. Seventh, it opened the roadway to a higher possible life. Though the lesson was a terrible one, taught us the folly of unjust suspicion, and to ask pardon, while extending charity of all to all, and to ask it, too, of that good and compassionate Lord, whose chastening hand had brought us face to face with truth and human duty, until at last the glorified beings flitting by that way peered into the humble rooms, beheld us there on bended knee, contrite souls pleading for full redemption, and, turning their holy gaze heavenward again, they sent a message home to God, Behold, they reason justly. Reader, go thou and do likewise. Moral, first. Never let your love be drawn out till you are sure it is right that it should be. Second, if you are magnetic, take care to restrain its flow, and do not allow yourself to permit it to saturate a vampire, and then fall in love with your own spheral emanation. Third, pray for deliverance all the time, else embodied and viewless leeches will sap your body and soul to the very least, and then laugh at you when the certain horror comes. Fourth, trust no one who seeks to separate you from your mate. Fifth, bear and forbear, give and forgive, and trust ye each other. Sixth, never be jealous, no matter what the proofs be, so long as your two bodily eyes do not sanction it. Remember my lesson. Seventh, fulfill the part of husband and wife as if both stood on the verge of death, so shall ye be holy, pure, and fully, truly human. Upon good physical conditions, soundness, health, normal play of electric, nervous, magnetic, and passional forces depends unquestionably much of the will and woe, happiness or misery, sanity or insanity, attendant upon us in our journey through life, and experience of many years in many lands has familiarized me with all methods extant for creating the best conditions of vital health, combating obscure diseases of the neurovital organization, and for overcoming the effects of both excess and violated natural law. That experience, travel, experiment, and observation enabled me to not only found, but firmly establish a new system of medicine, embracing all that is good of homeopathy, water cure, magnetics, and a dozen other methods. I am nearly at the end of my career as a practical physician, but desire that my methods and systems may survive to bless and relieve mankind when my body shall rest beneath the hillside, and my weary soul shall sweetly sleep near the throne of my redeeming God, the ineffable one, whose hand has brought me out of the depths and given me a crown of victory at this end of my half-century of life. Wherefore I propose to teach others a part or the whole of the magnificent system evolved during all these years of toil and struggle, and these are my reasons for desiring to do so. Very many of the large-brained, active-minded people of this country, as is the case with the same class in Paris, London, Berlin, Vienna, Constantinople, and other large centers of population, labor under some form of nervous disease, caused mainly by cerebral exhaustion from mental overwork. Another large class, including both sexes, suffer the same troubles, but from different causes, the distressing symptoms being difficult to alleviate, much less to cure, with the means at hand, for the reason that until my discoveries and improvements, there was no absolute medical agent or pharmaceutical preparation in existence capable of meeting such cases successfully. And since my preparations during 25 years of trial have proved their unexampled power over all diseases involving nerves, brain, lungs, kidneys, and sexual organization, their popularity without the adventitious aid of advertising, paid-for certificates, and other modes of puffery, demonstrating this fact, I am proud to say the field of their usefulness is wholly unchallenged by the products of the pharmacopoeia of the civilized world. In the experience of every physician worthy the name, numerous cases present themselves, which may be generally defined as loss of magnetism, depletion of magnetic force, in other words, vital exhaustion, to cure which thousands have resorted to the various hypophysites, preparations of Lite, valerian, etc., some of which undoubtedly afforded temporary relief, but all of which are impermanent, and, as dynamic remedies, and no other, are adapted to that class of troubles, wholly and utterly unreliable. Patients who need and resort to such remedies, and in vain, for reasons self-apparent, may be classified as, first, those who, forgetful that vigor is the gift of God, have exhausted the brain and nervous system by indoor life, too constant mental application, of course involving loss of lung power, and hence, like plants in a cellar, are bleached out. The second class have lived too fast, and late hours, wine, and personal excess have stranded them midway life's sea. The nerve fountains are run dry, vital energy is sapped and gone, and existence is dull, feverish, wholly spiceless, and insipid. A third class have led such fretful, vexed, and troubled lives that, without intentional error, they have nearly extinguished the fire of life. A fourth class, embracing both sexes and all ages from 10 years to 60, consists of those unfortunates who, by neglect or other causes, have become inverted, and by solitary habits, not to be mentioned, but whose terrific consequences must be met and conquered, have sapped and drained their vitality till their flesh is waxy, nerves unstrung, brains softened. They have become unreliable, changeful, angular, crooked, wild, shiftless, aimless, suspicious, lonely, nervous, easily affected by the weather, bad news, are gloomy, morose, scary, discontented, dreamy, fidgety, suicidal, secretive, now tender, then coarse and callous, now gentle, then the opposite, vapory, fretful, easily worried, hopefully unfitted for life's most solemn duties, disquieted themselves, and estranging their best friends. They have become worn out, exhausted, and, in the case of females, loaded down with troubles that would kill half the men living, often, in their cases, resulting in morbid state of mind and body, and in men resulting in impotence and worse trouble. There is a fifth class, whom disease has wasted and reduced so that there is scarcely life enough to make it at all desirable, and a morbid, melancholy, almost utter despair follows. They have frightful dreams, flashes, headaches, palpitations, anger fits, hysteria, and angularities without number. A sixth class have gone to waste, impotence and senility at 30, 35, and 40 years of age, who with a little care could retain full vigor till 60 years and 10. The above list embraces, first, all that vast mass of people who are exhausted by mental labor and sedentary occupations, who from various causes are angular, excitable, nervous, and at times unaccountably morbid. Second, all who are passionless, cold, non-attractive, non-attracted, or, if attracted, hopelessly so, from lack of responsive ability, who are unsettled, uneasy, subject to mental temperamental, gloomy, lonely, and passional storms. Third, all who have half ruined their minds and bodies, sapped their health and vigor, and are now crooked and fretful, despondent by passional excess, normal or otherwise, or from any cause whatever. Who can doubt that, in reference to very many of these troubles, perverted, excessive, or abused physical love lieth at the foundation? No woman is ill whose nervous apparatus is sound. No man is so whose natural appetites and brain are strong and vigorous. Life and power, strength and force, beauty and love, talent, genius, endurance, and longevity all depend upon the normal health of the vito-nervous organs. For when these are disordered, the whole being must and does suffer, and 9/10 of all the diseases of civilization originate in the disturbances of that portion of the human economy. The remedials I propose to teach how to manufacture will revive energy lost from whatever cause, for they are nervous force and vital power in tangible form, and act not by stimulation but by invigoration, in restoring magnetic and dynamic power, when nothing else on earth can do it. Physicians and others are hereby given to clearly and distinctly understand that in no sense whatever are either of these preparations empirical productions or patent medicines. Their discovery opens a new era in the curative art. They are not medicines but dynamic agents, have been thoroughly tested in France, England, and 35 states of this Union, and, where properly administered or taken, it is doubtful if a case exists of incipient consumption, wasting, nervousness, hypochondria, hysteria, nervous or vital prostration, leucorrhea, sterility, brain softening, dyspepsia, mental wandering, general debility, whole or partial weakness from nerval exhaustion, that they will not speedily and radically cure, because of their extraordinary dynamic power. In the medical profession, the great want has long been that of a power, positive, certain, yet harmless, nervine invigorant, capable of direct action upon the brain, nervous centers, and pelvic apparatus, an agent that will allay morbid inflammation, yet stimulate, exhilarate, tone up, and permanently strengthen, that will supply nervous energy, correct all morbid action, and furnish the material lost or wasted by excessive mental toil, venery, masturbation, onanism, and other forms of vital prostration. Every physician of any reasonable amount of practice frequently has cases of weakness, mental and physical, demanding the exhibition of peculiar tonic stimulants and aphrodisiacs that shall be certain in effect, yet non-irritant or reactionary. This want is generally met in my remedials. Beyond all question, the most perfect vitalizing agents known, and hence peculiarly adapted to all cases of female disease, marasmus, or wasting, all anemic cases, and those morbid states resulting in hysteria, despondency, melancholia, insanity, and suicidal depression, all of which result from uterine, ovarian, cerebral, nervous, prostatic and seminal exhaustion in either sex, respectively. To meet and conquer especially severe and stubborn cases of all such, I propose to instruct suitable persons how to prepare and use the following list of remedial agents, hitherto prepared by no one but myself, viz., 14 formulas embracing 1 Barsman, 1 Lucina cordial, 1 Protogene, 3 for eye diseases with instruments, 2 for accidental complaints, but whose effects are supremely terrible. These formulas are the only perfect cure on earth. Hope for poisoned wives. In short, I purpose to teach the best of my discoveries and to give parchment certificates to prove the purchaser has actually been instructed in my system and my formulas. Through these remedials, many have regained health. Old men and barren women have become happy parents, and patients standing on the verge of death have been rendered strong and vigorous. Of course, not alone by medicines, but by the course laid down for their guidance, especially those set forth in my pamphlet on the prolongation of human life and power, called the Golden Secret, where parties expressly desire it. The above system will be supplemented by a series of esoteric instructions involved mainly in the Ansoretic mystery. Those who have read my works need not now, at the end of 30 years, be told that, as an expert in diseases of the nervous and genital systems, my fame is too well established to be successfully contested by any men, or party, nor that the ablest physicians in the land are glad to accept my teachings and improvements upon original discoveries. During the past year, I have by a new discovery revolutionized the entire treatment of such diseases. By it, the physician and patient need no longer guess, but go at once to the cure of the case. The discovery is entirely original, and will be imparted to practitioners, those who wish to make a specialty of treating that class of human ailments. Terms by mail. The cardinal principle of both the treatment and remedials is that, contrary to all the schools, I hold that life itself is a principle, that we are not born with a given amount of it, which, when exhausted, gives us up to death, but that we can not only accrete and gather in new life, and thus add long years to the sum total of its duration, but also that we can intensify, deepen, broaden, and expand it in every direction, thus preserving our fire, beauty, vigor, energy, magnetic and personal force to an unlimited degree. And not only that, but, and here is indeed a mighty discovery, that the very source of exhaustion is, properly understood, the actual fountain of perpetuity, endurance, long life, and power, mental, physical, moral, emotional, and magnetic. In a word, I hold it possible to almost wholly rejuvenate ourselves and become young again in spirits, vigor, mental power, and endurance. That loss of love is loss of life, and that both can be restored. These things I teach, and among others give much practical knowledge of inestimable value, on the observance of which depends the happiness of all wedded couples, and ignorance of which fills the land with vice, murder, suicide, divorce, and wretchedness incalculable. This knowledge is broadly laid down in the large work, The Master Passion, and the greater one, Good News, tables of contents of which will be sent to any address on receipt of postage thereon. My instructions will prove of inestimable value and importance not only to physicians, but to other men, and especially to women, for a great many reasons, which I do not choose to set forth herein. Lastly, this book will inevitably call attention to the BOE, Brotherhood of Eulis, the hope of the world and sheet anchor of mankind. All such are informed that a handbook of the order will be issued from this Grand Lodge, to the officers of which application for information should be made, and to no other authority save myself until death. There are quite a number of exceedingly important and inexpressibly holy and delicate questions connected with the subject matter of this work, which, although alluded to, have not been openly and freely discussed herein for self-apparent reasons. These things relate to the inner mysteries of the human being and of Eulis, or the philosophy of love, agape, not stogu, and are only to be given under the sacred conditions of patient and physician, or teacher and pupil. How long I may remain to teach, of course, I do not know. Only this I do know, that I have suffered much and I am weary. But while able, I shall take great delight in clearing up the doubts and mysteries besetting those about me, and all who need such counsel as I am capacitated to impart are hereby freely warranted in asking or writing for it, assured that I will do my best toward alleviating the distresses of body and heart, soul and spirit. And although I cannot bear the burdens of all, still I have done somewhat of good in that line, and am ready to continue so doing while life lasts. In March 1874, I organized a society, provisionally down in Tennessee, the BOE, to which it was my intention to teach all the occult branches of esoteric knowledge, constitute it my literary hair, and through it spring many lofty truths upon the world. But the best laid plans of mice or men oft gang a glee. And so did mine with reference to that society, for owing to irreconcilable misunderstandings, it became absolutely necessary to dissolve the provisional society as the BOE, and to utterly decline to permanently organize it, owing to the presence in it of a person with whom it became impossible for me to break bread and taste salt, things which no man of Eulis or Rosicrucian will ever do under unpleasant conditions. Consequently, hereafter as heretofore, I shall do what good I can, single-handed and alone, yet not alone, for God and I are a clear majority. I'll help myself and others, and He will help me. June 30th, 1874. Part 2. Immortalization. Philadelphia, September 30th, 1873. Dear Sir, I am deeply interested. I have never read anything of your publications except the New Mola. On the 61st page of that work, under section 19, I find a single sentence in capitals. The same thought I have been inclined to believe for more than 30 years. All people do not have souls. My dear sir, do you mean it? Have you said something more about this somewhere else in your publications? Oh, do you guess how my soul hungers in viewing the table of contents of the extraordinary works published by your house, and you will guess I have a soul? Praying that your valuable life may be long preserved, and that you may continue to enlighten the millions as only you can, I am your true friend, E.B. Merrill, 308 Walnut Street. E.B. Merrill, Esquire. Sir, the following paper, in substance, is the reply to the questions involved in the mola and your letter. In response to your interrogatories, allow me to say that all things are generally reputed and believed to reproduce their kinds. That is regarded as a determinate rule and strict, unswerving law of nature. But it is not wholly true, nor an unchangeable law, because there is a law of spontaneous generation both in the faunal and the floral departments of nature. Both vegetable and animal life produced by other than seed germination, some of which have, and others have not, the power of reproducing their kind, instances of which are altogether too numerous to need special mention, as for instance, the various acari produced from powdered flint which had first been calcined to white heat, and the familiar phenomena of lizardesque beings originating from salted cabbage in the dark, moist cellars, and still further, the occasional production of the low-type baboon by the arrestation of gestation in pregnant negresses, in instances of which occurred in Charleston, South Carolina, but a few years ago. So it is not always strictly, albeit generally true, that things reproduce their types and species. In the case of man, his origin by the methods and processes universally believed in a few years ago is now almost as universally discredited, for the science of today rejects all that cannot be demonstrated accordant with law, and the human being is proved to have been a gradual and by no means a sudden or miraculous creation. See the volume Pre-Adamite Man, published by this house. It is difficult to determine the precise point at which the purely animal left off and the purely human began. Every recession from the highly human type is an approach toward the simian, or ape type, and ape-like forms, shapes, hands, facial angles, faces, noses, mouths, and features meet us among all races, colors, and classes of mankind at every turn, while embryology clearly demonstrates that the human being in utero passes through every stage of the world's animal growth and products, from the jelly point to tadpole, fish, monkey, up to man, and the farther each gestative stage is pushed, the more perfect the resultant child. The lower types and forms of the simiana are not, cannot be, immortal, by reason of paucity of cerebrum, or fore, top, brain, and redundance of back, low, brain, or cerebellum. If a man is, as science proves he is, a growth, then his immortality is a growth also, and not a miracle or gift, or the result of any sudden force applied either physically or metaphysically, and he must have ascended from a non-immortal ancestry. We need a new exegesis of early Scripture, for in the light of the daily resurrections of the remains of dead nations and obsolete civilizations, of the constant exhumations of the remains of prehistoric races, some of which, reckoning from geological data, date back not less than from 750,000 to 2 whole millions of years ago. It is impossible to accept the literal account as we find it. People used to hold and believe that all mankind were the progeny of an original pair of protoplasts, the autochthones, or primal couple, Adam Kadmon and the fair Eve, his rib originated companion de vie, or wife. But that dogma is a dogma no longer. Black, brown, white, yellow races are all as clear-cut and distinct from each other as are greyhounds from poodle dogs, or bantam fowls from headstrong, long-spurred, do-or-die game. Nor will one race, even by admixture, produce a perfect specimen of either of the others. In these days, science explodes the fables of antiquity, and has already gone far toward dispensing altogether with the Edenic couple, insisting that Tartar, Caucasian, Indian, and the Nigrishan race came from diverse centers and sources, and Darwinian theorists hold the reins and drive straight from palace to cavern, from man in pride and pomp, to man the cousin of hairy chimpanzee and red-rear baboon, and she demonstrates him to be a natural outgrowth of nature, and that his ancestors were some sort of superior ape monkey or baboon, gorilla, shnego, or chimpanzee, and that he is himself a grand improvement by natural and sexual selection upon his progenitors, who slowly advanced from monkeyhood to be cave dwellers and weapon users, who gradually learned the use of fire and fighting, monogamy and mating, hut building and clothes wearing, and who, developing still, finally, through the lapse of thousands of centuries, grew to be what he is now, generally, half civilized, for he yet hangs, beheads, cruelizes his kind, and at best delights in carnage, drums, war, glory, gibbets, jails, alcohol, tobacco, robbery, and force, meat food, and fiery drink, still laying claim to survive the ordeal of death, is an etherealized form, but without knowing really how or why. Holding firmly to the belief that his life on earth is but the prelude to his music of perpetual being beyond the grave, while all nature chants the low, sad requiem of all other sentient forms, the totality of which topple over into their original dust, and are no more as individuals, but only survive in their respective species. This belief gladdens him, yet it is a sad thought, nothing sentient beyond the grave but man alone, while all other forms of life and beauty go out forever. Doubtless this development theory of Darwin and others is mainly true, so far as it goes, but it fails to go far enough. It is eminently unsatisfactory to every true thinker and hoper for life beyond death, and the same class of persons find it utterly impossible to predict immortality upon the materials furnished for that purpose by those who are mainly interested in the firm establishment of the grand idea. They ask why, but no logical reply is given. I shall present it here and now. No one that I am aware of contends that monkeys, either large or small, are capable of overriding the billows of death and swimming safely to the ethereal shores beyond. They probably deserve that power quite as much as some men do. Yet man is physically but an improved ape, which fact has a singular proof in this, viz., the higher simia will, and do, interbreed with the lower human. Proof: the tailed men of Namaqualand, the dwarf peoples of Gorilla Land, and the offspring of Hottentot women captured and impregnated by the giant apes of Nigrisha. But it does not follow that the monstrous progeny thus generated are immortal, even if, as is doubtful, the humanesque parent may chance to be so. Nor does it follow that all who are undoubtedly human are also possessed of power to exist consciously subsequent to actual death. For unquestionably, all are not thus endowed who possess the external and ordinary characteristics of humanity, and there are thousands who pass and repass us in the streets every day of our lives who are no more immortal than the fish they ate for dinner. For that power, fact, quality, call it what you will, is a development, an outgrowth, a result, the principia of which I herein purpose to briefly set forth, and, so far as my limits permit, explain. And first, let me define what the world and myself understand as the true definition of the term immortality. The body is supposed to contain within itself an electrical form just like itself: head, eyes, brain, tongue, arms, legs, sex organs, that at death this aerial form escapes the body and goes to spend its eternal years in heaven or hell, that it can die no more, but lives, loves, suffers, thinks, enjoys in that other life, and that it is in all respects a human being still. This brief definition is as good as one occupying 100 pages. Now, if man is, and the affirmative proofs are strong, the descendant of any sort of ape, existent now or extinct for 100 millennia, if he is immortal, and the ape parents not so, it is clear that those advanced specimens of the Simiadae, from whom sprung the first immortal human beings, must have conferred on their offspring a power and quality themselves had not, so that at death the progenitors returned to dust, while the progeny exulted in perpetual life and renewed existence, immigrated to other worlds in the vault, immortalized beings, but with no parents to meet and greet them on the further shore, the lands beyond the swelling flood, the kingdoms o'er the sea. And, undoubtedly, such was actually the case. Of course, these first fruits were not of the high and fine grades subsequently developed on the earth by dint of time and better physical conditions. Logic is a good sieve, even if a grain or two of error does occasionally fall through the meshes among the finer truths. Now, either the parent apes were capable of conferring what they had not themselves, which is equivalent to extracting the greater from the less, an absurdity on its very face, or man is not immortal by right, or dint, or reason of birth, and must, therefore, reach that condition, or attain that quality in some other way, by some other method, through some other rule or law. That is, children must have the quality conferred upon them at the very instant of generation, must acquire it during the gestative period, at some other point or moment of their career, or, finally, gain it in some mysterious or miraculous manner not generally known or fairly understood. But it is sheerly preposterous to believe, and impossible in every way, that an immortal thing could or can derive its death-defying nature from that which is itself death's common prey and victim. To take a gallon from a river is easy, but a river from a gallon is impossible, yet not more so than to predicate the immortality of the offspring of apes as a derivative quality. Yet I hold that a non-immortal human couple may generate immortal offspring, but then that comes of the magnetic unction and appulsion of the parents, who thereby impart the immortalizing bias, which bias or tendency the subjects may either increase or destroy. by methods hereinafter explained and set forth. Now let it be distinctly understood that we of Eulis hold that the general purpose of the material universe, the end for which it exists, is the crystallization of mind, the immortalization of soul. But it does not follow that all human beings are death-proof, any more than that all the countless myriads of seeds produced every year in the floral departments of nature are endowed with the reproductive vitality. For by far the greater number is wholly inert, while others possess but weakling life, and even if they do germinate soon, perish and decay. Transfer the view to the animated world, and it will be seen that the union of the genders fails of one of its purposes, reproduction 5,000 times for every single success, taking the lower planes of life only, while in the case of man, the union, so far as offspring is concerned, fails 999 times for every single successful implanted germ. Again, every healthy man, of course excluding libertines, debauchees, habitual passional transgressors, and all injured persons, in fair spirits, generates from 1/4 of an ounce to an ounce and a half daily of the three forms of fluid life: semen, prostatic lymph, and the exudation of Copper's gland, and every normal evacuation thereof will average half an ounce, containing, as I have repeatedly demonstrated under a powerful microscope, one magnifying 35,000 times, from 19, the lowest number, to 783 zoosperms, every one of which was capable of being developed in utero to perfect human proportions. Take the first case, and it is clear that 18 must fail if one succeeds, and 782 lose their chances if one is fortunate enough to reach the ovum and become incarnate in the mother's bosom. But the chances are billions to 1 against even one of them effecting a safe lodgment, and we can conclude that for every successful human union there are not less than 1,957 billions of human germs doomed to quiescence, if not to perpetual death, taking the adult population of the globe to be about 1,300 millions. Another thought right here. Nature selects the fittest to perpetuate species, and the strongest and most active zoosperms always override the weaker and reach the ovum, dooming thereby all the rest. But it is clear that they too must perish if there be no ovum to invite them. Precious few ripe zoosperms reach the ripened ova, because deprived of the element time, essential to their perfection, the consequence of which is that the great majority of people spring from unripe conditions and remain unripe from the cradle to the grave. I will tell you a profound secret of generation, whereby the most magnificent results in that line are producible at will. It is this. Here follow the glorious truths hinted at, but of such a holy, delicate, and private nature as to be only impartable by words or ink. The publisher hereof has no desire to exclusively retain it, and will, therefore, impart it to such noble souls as can appreciate it. These principles alone can redeem the world and clinch the rivets of immortality. Nature makes many attempts, but only few successes. And as it is with trees and grasses, shrubs and flowers, so also is it with mankind. She tries and tries hard to immortalize a species, but only succeeds in doing it for individuals. And it is as easy to pass along the streets and pick out those of perduring souls from those whose future is nihility, as it is to select a Negro, Indian, Hottentot, or John Chinaman from a crowd of digger Indians. The truth is that while man, generally, is immortal, he is not universally so. The development theory is good and true to a certain limit, but it, at any stage or rate, is wholly incompetent to the tremendous achievement of accounting for the existence of soul. It needs improving, and it is astonishing that its chief priests have never even attempted to demonstrate man's immortality, but rather have studiously evaded contact with the troublesome question. Their theory fails them from the moment they reach the psychical and metaphysical phases of the grand subject. They take no cognizance of soul per se whatever, because fully aware that they cannot give a reason why souls should be at all. The fact is that immortalization cannot be at all on their hypothesis. It is not inherited of necessity. It is not a gift, nor the result of fiat or miracle, but is a process, an evolution, the principia of which are as clear and plain as 1, 2, 3, or ABC. 3 brothers may live. One of them shall survive the process of death. The second shall die forever, as that specific person or individuality. And the third one, having once been possessed of the elements and conditions of immortality, may lose them and go out like an extinguished taper or snuffed candle by reason of his repeated violation of either one of the fundamental or organic laws of his nature. While a fourth brother may nearly lose the great boon, if boon it be, as some believe it, and millions of others do not. But this fourth brother, by prompt action, the instant abandonment of all his pernicious, soul-wasting, mind-dwarfing practices and habits, the total and persistent avoidance of all infractions of the fundamental love laws of his being, and a steady manly course and demeanor, may regain what he has so rashly jeopardized and imperiled. Some human infants are born immortalized, death-proof, and indestructible from the moment they were conceived, while others require long years and terrible disciplines and experiences ere they reach the coveted goal. For thousands of years, the followers of Gautama, the Buddha, have considered what we call immortality as an unmitigated curse, and continued existence as the most terrible and tremendous evil that can possibly befall a human being. They regarded nirvana, or the final cessation of existence, as the grand desideratum, the ultima thule of all possible human hope, aspiration, and endeavor. Dissatisfied with life, its pains and penalties, there are millions of us who would gladly cease to be. Time was when the penmen of these lines, disgusted with the sham philosophies and philosophers of the age, actually tried to accept the doctrine of Buddha, but having reached the power through the extraordinary means recounted in Part 3, of glimpsing the mystical states beyond, he changed his faith and raised his hopes, and all the more so by reason of his discovery that nihilism and immortality alike are reachable through the continued exercise of the human will. The discovery alluded to in the bracketed sentence is this: there are 2 kinds of immortality. First, a man may survive death and escape the thrall of his physical form, and maintain his ethereal state for a while. Yet, if he shall not have received the proper and essential love impulsion before birth, or else have subsequently developed love, he is as certainly doomed to go out, fade, dwindle, go back to the monadal state, as that gravitation is law. He will be like the huge soap bubble at the end of a pipe bowl, which only requires to be let alone in order to grow smaller by degrees until it is again all within the rim of the bowl, and then bursts forever beyond the possibility of reparation. Since the advent of the modern phases of spiritualism, there have been thousands of people who have sought to commune with their deceased acquaintances, but wholly unavailingly. Why? Simply because their friends thus sought have ceased to exist. Second, a man may have received the proper impulsion before birth, or have gained it afterwards, and he may enter the ethereal lands with, to use a common but very expressive phrase, such a good send-off as to be able to continue on forever. The two kinds of immortality may be likened unto this. One is as a seed planted in good rich soil, but only an inch or two deep, with a hard pan of solid, arid rock beneath it, which defies the roots to spread, wherefore the plant looks well and promises much for a while, but it soon withers, and is seen no more forever. The other seed, planted in the same soil, with plenty of water and root room, grows gaily, waxes strong, spreads, blooms, flourishes, triumphs, and perpetuates itself. Yet the seeds were alike, and so was the soil. There are also two kinds of nihilism. First, that of the brute and the brute homos, or brutal man, both of whom are doomed to sudden and total extinction, a cessation of being as complete as that of exploded powder, or extinguished light, which, as powder or light, can exist no more forever. And, second, a truly human nihility, rest, divine nirvana, a state infinitely harder to reach than any phase of active immortality, whether transient or permanent. The man dies with a celestial strain or note of divinest harmony and seraphic melody ringing sweetest music through every avenue, vault, and chamber of his being. Now observe, and mark well this definition of nirvana. On earth, the longest duration of any single musical note never exceeds a few moments. But this note of which I speak, this sunburst of celestial music, this instantaneous rapture, lasts unchangingly forever and forever. It is unaltered, the sound, the music, the man, eternally the same, without an interval to suggest even the idea of monotone. It is an infinite melody struck on an eternal harp, enduring forever and aye. Such is the nirvana of the good, the other the nihility of evil and imperfect. Thus death has three gates. The iron one opens on night, total extinction. The silver one on immortal fields. The golden one on what gods may well aspire to. If we are to believe what lordly and loftiest seership tells us, and I am one who thus believes. I, within the year 1873, met people who I knew were under the ban of the bad nihility. Elsewhere, in the volume of which this is a chapter, an account is given of a hoary-headed man of nearly 70 years who sought and expected to prolong his own miserable and wretched life by absorbing that of a third young girl, one of 16 years, he having already performed the burial service over 2 prior victims. That old man is doomed to absolute extinction, unless saved by repentance, physical regeneration, and the growth of affection within him. It was not passion or lust only that urged him to prolong his own existence at the cost of others, to stretch out his wasted years by the awful crime of drinking the young life and wrecking a child of so few summers, but the conscious and unconscious want of love was what urged him on to the deadly, selfish deed. He felt the need of the great base upon which immortality must be builded, or not at all. Many such as here there are. But it does not follow that the monadal point, spark, or germ constituting, underlying, and animating the old Lecker and others of his ilk, the detestable crew in whom thus reigns supreme, the infamous Hullities of the year 1873, and the still more infamous followers of the example of the thrice-died scoundrels who ravished young children and were burnt for it, it does not follow, I repeat, that the germs or monadal points basing their existence will, at their demise, cease to be forever. But they will only cease to be those particularly villainous and vicious personalities, while the germs basing their being may appear and reappear here again and again, clothing themselves with new elements, and, of course, for that reason, running new careers. No one can go to the heavens until he shall have gotten all of good the earth or earths can give him, and not till he has undergone the full ordeal and disciplines incident to material life can he reach that golden supra-immortality, whereof modern thinkers, outside the pale of us few, have never even yet dreamed, imagined, or surmised. Nothing organically imperfect can ever enter and remain in the superlative and ineffable land of pure souls. The imperfect must go back to the domain of chemics and matter, nor can they, with hope, knock at the doors of the golden temples of eternity, except they be full, fair, pure, free, and good, even though their discipline extends through a billion of ages, and the greater the gifts or talent, genius, or innate power one has, the heavier shall be the price paid for all accorded unto him. It may be well and truly said that there can be no peace in high places, for storms, hail, and tempests, hurricanes, fierce lightnings, and crashing thunders play and break around the mountain's brow, and he who would win the game of triumphant immortality must do so by loving well and much. But to return to the subject, Darwin and his co-thinkers saw clearly that a different genesis of man than the usually assigned one was imperatively demanded in presence of the startling discoveries constantly being made, and they adopted the theory of selection, and, so far as externals went, were right. But instead of immortal souls originating in, among, from, or by the Simiadae, it was only the sole case, the mere physical body, the outer form that was thus developed, thus grew up through the slowing ages, while the inside, the works of the grand watch, the imperial soul itself, originated otherwise and elsewhere. Now by soul is here meant the thinking, conscious, knowing, hating, loving, aspiring principle, that mysterious something about whose origin, nature, perdurability, or co-perishability with the body, so much has been said, sung, and written, until philosophers generally have got by the ears, while waging the fiercest of all intellectual battles. I propose herein to settle the controversy, or at least to indicate the clear road to such settlement, being perfectly confident and conscious that herein will be found the only possible method and route to the final adjudication. It is hard for a true thinker to have much patience with those whose highest conception of soul and spirit is that of a rarefied gaseous ether evolved from gross substance, as light and heat radiate from glowing coals of fire in a wintry grate, because such a conception is wholly untrue. seeing that no possible refinement of solid substance or matter can ever approach the state of even the magnetic eighth of space, much less that diviner thing of which we are treating. It is clear that matter does not think. Soul does. Therefore, soul is one thing, matter quite another, requiring a bridge to span the gulf between them. And that bridge is some subtle form of magnetism, nor can soul be evolved from it by any process of rarefaction or refinement. For soul it was from all past eternity, soul it is, and such it will remain to all possible eternities to come, while matter, either in its solidified or condensed, or in its far particled or fluid states, will remain matter until all its life is exhausted, and deity shall have become senile and decrepit from the weight of time and lapse of hoary centuries. We can know, but little concerning God, notwithstanding so many people claim to be quite intimate acquaintances, and on familiar terms with him. Yet we have every reason to believe the ineffable one to be pure soul, and I, the writer hereof, so believe, and furthermore, that he is as a sun, emitting countless billions of beams and rays every instant, and that each contains myriads of scintillas, every one of which is an embryon or soul germ, capable of development into perfect man or womanhood. While God is clear soul, matter is pure body. One is a unit unparticled itself, yet emitting and irradiating besides the countless scintillant sparks or monads just alluded to. A glory sphere, aroma, aura, a portion of his divine life, which is the breath of life to all these monads, and all else that exists within the radius of the universe. Soul, like God, is homogeneous, unparticled, indivisible, necessarily death-proof, in itself considered, and we conclude, therefore, eternal. Albeit, no one can tell what eternal means, for we cannot clearly grasp 1,000 years, much less millions of ages. Matter, on the contrary, is heterogeneous, divisible. Its spirit is change, and that is the quintessence of death itself. Erewhile I spoke of the menstruum wherein floated the rain of soul germs, and I gave it a name. I now give it another, love, which is the life of all, the celestial influence of the Eternal One, in beasts, apes, etc. This vivific force is diffused. In some human beings it is condensed and crystallized. In some it is not. The first is immortal, the latter not so. Beasts, apes, low-grade people have instincts, attachments, magnetic attractions, and affection. Man, true men, alone have love. Beasts die. Immortal man lives on. But if man be more beast than human, he must share their fate and lot. And as that specific individual dies out, and the divine spark, losing its consciousness, escapes, and once more floats freely in the air until God once more breathes into some man's nostrils, and it again becomes not a quiescent, but a living, active human soul. If he be more man than animal, he may challenge death, defy ruin, laugh at destruction, snap his fingers in the face of the grave, and ride triumphant and victorious over the mazy wreck of worlds and countless starry universes. But, as I have already hinted, there is such a thing as being ultra-human, not only in the line of nirvana, but in quite another direction. If a man reaches that mystic plane, then he comes beneath the sway and rule of suprahuman and ultra law, and attains a destiny better, greater, higher than is afforded by the ordinary immortality, which gives him so much care and trouble, and for which he so painfully yearns and sighs. What the destiny, state, condition, better something is, I am not yet ready to inform the world, but may leave it for the brotherhood of Eulis to impart. There are limitless regions of unexplored thought toward which that fast increasing multitude who think as I do, push. Nor do we, as do many of the Spiritualists, though not all, confine ourselves to the mere outside, i.e., soul facts of the universe. We believe a few things as do they, but not all that they do, for which they rate us soundly. They rejoice in the physical demonstration of the reappearing dead, but are not quite sure always that the manifesting powers are really their departed ones, for they have not, as have we, the means of establishing identities through an unmistakable agency alluded to elsewhere. Vast numbers of, but not all, the spiritualists concern themselves mainly about raps, tips, quarreling, scandal, mutual vituperation, backbiting, libel, misrepresentation, social freedom, things of earth, while we occupy ourselves in actual research and inquiry into what happens to man after his flight over the river of death to that mystic state alluded to nirvana and nihility, or to the upper spaces of the blue empyrean. At and across the borders of Deathland, we strike hands with all the spiritualists, and there part company with some of them, because we seek to know more. They are content to drink fourth class mental vinegar, acrid as gall, flavored hell acidiously, and call it wine, while we quaff the waters of life on the very brink of the mighty river. Just so far do we go with the cold, hard, dry, materialistic, uncheering Darwinism, a system which lands us in the grave, there to stay until we turn to grass, trees, beans, pineapples, or bananas, according to the locality where death overtakes and trips us up. But at that point we separate from Darwin completely, because the system ignores soul altogether. We are not wholly content with the modern spiritual doctrines, seeing that they fail to fit the great bill of human want, and because it is all head and no heart, has no warmth, fervor, ardor, religion about it, not because it fails to make men better, but solely because it affirms and accepts the development theory as opposed to the genetic account of man's origin, yet fails to tell us how, when, where, or by what agencies immortality became a fixed fact. It accepts the dogma, but gives no valid or adequate reason why. It originates no thought, but boldly borrows and appropriates the mental stock of others. In all lands it depends upon and bases its faith on media, whom it teaches man to accept as oracles, yet no two of whom tell the same story or see facts alike. George, Peter, and Thomas, communicating through medium A, in latitude 16, have no recollection of communicating yesterday with the same party through medium B in latitude 1730. We, in our investigations of the recondite, occult, and mystical, even in matters of mere finance, such as speculation, buying, selling, contracting, or even in purchasing tickets in a lottery, prefer the better agency of a surer power, because it never lies, falters, prevaricates, and it ever tells the same story of the same thing, to all alike, no matter what the latitude or longitude may be. But stop we here? Oh, no, for by the same instrumentality we enter the slumber of Siloam, and with keen glance and quickened consciousness scan and leisurely survey realities denied to media, and with sure and rapid gaze trace the awful and majestic rush of hurricanes, of glowing galaxies, the wintry storm of falling worlds, lamps of God flickering in the vault, starry eyes glimpsing down into the deeps, pregnant earths waiting patiently to be delivered of the humanity gestating in their bosoms. Seers, ancient, medieval, and modern, alike inform the world that the supernal country is peopled by all grades of persons, from the low and brutal barbarian to the high and polished civilizee, which, if true, proves that intellectual power and capacity is not a passport thither, nor a perquisite, or immortality, for there are myriads, not merely of people, but of armies of savage races, tribes, and nations dwelling in that starry land. Moral goodness is not the touchstone or key either, for no amount of that alone will warrant success, or prove the open sesame to the farther gate of the grave, nor be potent enough to ensure a man's safe arrival at the golden portals of disembodied glory. For all mendacious people, of all pullers of the longbow, all perfected liars, on the authority of those who claim to know about it, the disembodied ones are champions, able to give long odds, and then heavily discount all embodied falsifiers from Judas Iscariot and Peter, who denied his Lord, down to the level of who you like. It is not race, nation, or complexion that determines a title to supramortal existence, for there are people of all kinds there, even niggers and Sangs, Malays, lots of them too, Vivat, and the dark-hued southern and oriental races and peoples outnumber the northern and fair ones in the ratio of about 12,000 to 100, besides excelling them in the same degree in mind, love, knowledge, force of character, and power of soul. The white Yankees, as a general rule, occupy, according to one A. J. Davis, a large tract known as Diaka Land, while but few dark-hued beings can be found there, because they constitute the population of the heavens proper, a long remove from the stormy realm and imperfect people alluded to and named above. Albeit, myriads of the light-hued races help to people these choice abodes of spirit land. It is not age or sex either, because, if reliance can be placed upon the statements of investigators, thousands of infants and people of both genders are continually demonstrating that they still live and lie. Nor is it talent, genius, or social status. What, then, really constitutes the passport to the ethereal worlds beyond and above the earth we live on? Reply: all who return events, express, and counsel love, and so confirm the faith of us who hold that, and that alone, to be the great sine qua non, the grand desideratum, without which it were as impossible to survive death as it would be to shoot out the center of Donati's comet with a pocket pistol. This establishes one pregnant fact, viz., all who are deathless have love at the core. It, alone, is the lifeboat in which man sails o'er sounding seas to triumphant existence beyond the grave, whence it assuredly, aye, and remorselessly follows that they who waste love waste soul. See further on. And while assuredly dwindle back to his or her pre-existent monad life or state, there and thus to abide the chances, patiently waiting for an opportunity to begin a better and fairer race on earth toward the glittering, golden, sunny, shining shores beyond. How large the number of those who have written and preached about the immortality of the soul, and yet not one of the whole vast host, with a single exception, has ever attempted to give a scientific reason why man is endowed with the power of death survival. For which reason I attack the problem here, and for the first time in the world's literary history give the reasons why, enlarging somewhat upon the theory advanced years since, from the same source, in the book now called Soul, the Soul World, and Homes of the Departed, then known as Dealings with the Dead. And I now proceed to state the argument, and start with the propositions that no apes are immortal. Man is an improved ape, therefore man is not immortal, by reason of descent. But some men are immortal. They ascended from ape ancestors, therefore apes possessed the elements which, in man, conspired to produce immortality. No apes being immortal, or endowed with death-proofness, it follows that his simian ancestry could not have endowed him with such qualities. Then where did he get them, or it, and how? If he obtained it subsequent to birth, may he not lose it? If his origin is purely mortal, whence his immortality? A stick must have two ends. If man begins as soul, what hinders him from coming to a full stop, a final cessation? From commencement not only implies, but inexorably means end also. If he is death-proof in part or totally, what is the rule and law underlying the tremendous fact? Is it gainable? Losable? If either, why? Now all of these are fair questions, worthy of fair reply. In the first place, there are what in one sense I may call apparitional or phantom men, individuals who are only so in seeming, who have little mind, less soul, and none of the higher, nobler traits which we associate with the terms man and manhood. Such may have been born so, or, as in civilized life, may have worn away the jewel and deprived themselves of the very first essential to the attainment of supramundane existence. People who talk about, but will never even glimpse the summer lands, or scent their blossoms afar off, because they have wasted their substance and steadily declined from the first, exhausted soul, spirit, body, therefore love, consequently are not true men, but mere phantoms, who at best become the sentient vehicles for the exploitations of disembodied wags. Some, so far as immortality is concerned, die in bringing forth some work or mechanism, laboring without recuperation until the ability to build up soul is forever and forever lost, they having injured the heart valves, kidneys, suprarenal capsules, prostate glands, and seminal vessels, rendering it wholly impossible for them either to propagate their kind, equal their former mental efforts, or elaborate the electro-ethereal body without which immortality cannot be. There are very many in our midst who never received the proper congenital impulsion, acquired it since birth, or who have lost or wasted the power by too faithful worship at the altars of Mammon, Venus, or Onan. But it is gratifying to know that such even may escape nihility and gain enduring life beyond the grave. Aye, and by stern resolve and persistent endeavor, aspire to the sublime destiny reserved for noble souls, that magnificent future awaiting the choice spirits of mankind. the peers, princes, and powers of the starry skies. Soul, per se, I hold to be eviternal, sempiternal, and eternal, just as is that supreme deity whom we believe to be, not because his existence is demonstrable, but because we cannot help it. For God is soul, so is man. Existere ergo sum. It has been from now to all past eternity, is, and probably will be, from now to all eternities to come. And its one orbit is the grand eternal year. Of course, there will come a moment in the far-off aeons when matter will have yielded up all its electric, magnetic, and ethereal life and essences, which it will have contributed to form the electric bodies of the imperial hosts of the dead, when the last monad will have been incarnated, and no more new souls will be launched into being, and the mighty armies will migrate into space. The refuse of matter prepare to again renew its forms in loftier molds. The second act of the transcendent drama be ended, the third begun, and the true and real purpose and meaning of the vast universe begin to be realized and understood, as not now. Soul is an empire, or rather a republic of states with a central controlling, governing power. So is deity, a sun radiant through all space, yet central at home, just as man lives all over his body, but mostly in a tiny point at the center of his brain. Deity is conscious at all points, but supremely and infinitely so at the center of the vast brain, whereof stellar galaxies are but tiny convolutions, and astral nebulae mere nervous fibrilla. Soul is a radiant, invisible, crystallized globe of white fire and light located topographically, so to speak, in the middle of the head, and metaphysically at the center both of the conscious being and that other existence of which we see the effects, but are not, and never will be, conscious. All things, whatever emit a sphere, aura, air, aroma, or atmosphere peculiar to themselves, so does man, so does deity, and as said before, his nervous fluid or sphere is love, which, like all other fluids, is governed by wave motion, not linear. Proof: we are suffused with love, not merely penetrated by it. When a love is sharp and cutting, beware of it, for it is electrical passion, not magnetic affection. Love is the effluence of God's body. Upon its souls feed, for love is their life, and they derive sustenance from it in two ways. First, from the eighth love, pervading the imperial vault, that universe life which flows out from God. Second, upon that fabricated by and supplied it through the nervous and pelvic or genital apparatus of the human frame. For that entire organic system of each gender is but a mighty, powerful, intricate, yet wonderful chemical laboratory and electromagnetic battery, whose function and office it is, giving us pleasure, comfort, peace, and joy, while performing the strangely esoteric task to elaborate matter's highest, purest, subtlest essences from food and drink, and absorbed imponderables, and send it to the central brain, material whereof soul fashions the deathless lining of the fleshly frame, the electric body within and beneath that of clay, and which it will wear in the spaces where gross substances are unknown. Now, it is easy to see that this great end and aim of nature may be, and is, defeated in a variety of ways. some of which I will point out, and thus this monograph may be the means of saving many a being from ruin, utter total, internal, and complete. And first, it is clear that all diseases, injuries, disorders, or misuse of the sexual apparatus have a direct injurious effect upon the soul, and may, and do, often bar it from building the silver-hued body intended for eternity, and may thus doom one to nonentity, the equivalent of complete annihilation. Why? Because no mechanic, not even nature, can perform perfect work without good materials and tools, and if the prostate and Cowper's gland, the uterus, ovaria, and suprarenal capsules, the testes and vaginal fibrillae, which are the implements with which the spirit building is accomplished, are not sound, active, healthful, normal, non-inflamed, the soul can no more erect its desired electrical body than a good brick house can be built without mortar. For such a house would tumble in the first gale, while the touch of death would crumble the half-formed spirit into atoms finer than sparks of light. Thus, it is literally true that every excess and debauch adds a nail to a man's coffin. But alas, in more senses than one, it is from the source named alone that the soul obtains the materials and elements whereof to construct an ethereal body, from the finest essences of matter held in absolute coalescence by the highest law, and therefore proof against death, division, decay, or dissolution within its fleshly one, by processes analogous to that of gestation, and completes it as the vehicle whose true use only begins subsequent to the fact of physical death. The problem is solved. In my day, I have encountered thousands of lust-fired, passion-driven human beings of both sexes, who I am sure were quite as pitiable as blamable, and I made such cases an especial study for many long years, in very many lands, the result of which is that I know, with more than mathematical certainty, that it is utterly impossible that such beings as those described a few lines above, or the old man whose criminal longing for lives and vitality of young girls I have elsewhere alluded to, can be any possibility have been rightly formed in utero. There was something lacking, too much mortar, too few bricks, nor did they receive the proper immortalizing impulse before birth, or have acquired it since. Such beings are semi-conscious of their lack of elemental soul, that it was and is attainable, that love was a grand fact, but not theirs, that it alone could satisfy their longings and confer the boon they craved, that young girls were generally overfull of soul, life, animation, vivacity, and were easily drainable. That magnetism is a soul-conveying vehicle or fluid, and they rushed headlong to the conclusion that possession of such would, in some mysterious way, cause the young life to pass to the old frame, renew it, and confer upon them what themselves had not the power of death surviving such beings. For men they are not, have a secret craving for, and sense of lacking of, the magnetic unction and inner power which alone is the assurance of ethereal life beyond the grave. And this half-conscious sense constitutes the impelling spur and motive to the unhallowed wish and the diabolic and detestable crimes it leads to. Furthermore, my investigations with all the powers at my command and facilities accordant led me to the irresistible conclusion, and deeply solemn religious belief, nay, absolute knowledge that no confirmed onanist or correspondent transgressor of the other gender is immortal, for reasons set forth elsewhere herein, and which cannot be repeated in this chapter, except to observe that the mechanical, vegetable, tree-like life of the insane, from that abominable and most accursed cause, absolutely demonstrates the lapse and loss of soul itself, leaving nothing but a mere humanesque automaton behind to show the world what once was, but is no longer, an immortal human being. Familiarity with and investigation of spiritualism proves beyond all cavil that while thousands of all other sorts of debauches claim to reappear and manifest, yet that not one single onanist has ever been known to demonstrate they are dead, just as all such transgressors must and will inevitably die, soul and body, unless they turn right about and begin the salvatory life as recommended in this and other works by the same author. Attraction, gravitation, selection are regnant and unbending laws, alike of soul, spirit, mind, and matter. Oil and water won't mix. Neither can the floating germs of monads be attracted to or be held by any non-human being now, because that possibility exists no more. Apply the law just stated, and you will see the reason why, for they can only be breathed in by and come to active, conscious life within, brains of the very highest Bhimana. The simian progenitors of man did not endow him with immortality, but by natural, which is sexual, selection of the finest and fairest by the strongest, bravest, and most intelligent, at length produced beings a great deal finer, superior, higher, better than themselves. Their parental affection enabled gestation to advance a step toward perfectness, and the consequence was superior bodies and affections in their young. Cowpers and the prostate glands were developed, enlarged, perfected, as were the testes, ovaria, uterus, and nervous systems of the females, and, for the first time, an organization existed of such potent magnetic and chemical power that these organs, in their course of generations, still by selection, were enabled to evolve and elaborate that which coalesced with the animal life principle, elevating that specimen of the pre-human, until it was enabled to inhale monads of the strictly human type. Thus, it is true that God breathed into his, her, its, their nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living, conscious soul, which being competent to evolve the finer essences at once immortalized the being. Now take notice. Magnetism is the power of man. It is of two kinds, physical and mental, or of the body and the soul. One may abound in the first, and have nothing whatever of the other. Else would we expect to see men of strong build, firm health, any amount of physical, magnetic plethora, capable of being fathers to the very finest specimens of the human race. But such is notoriously not the fact, but quite contrary. For they only who abound in mental, emotional, soul magnetism are capable of generating a superior breed of human beings. Again, magnetic strength is one thing, magnetic unction quite another. The first is material, the second psychical. The results of one are superior physical specimens of the species, those of the second, mental and moral giants, and in the scale of soul weight, puny people with large spiritual souls and magnetic unction will produce children a myriad times superior to the other. Bear this in mind. for on it hangs the solution of the problem before me. For if the breather have not love unction sufficient to plant the germ of immortality by bequeathing strong love power to his offspring, how can that child have a starting point wherefrom to go toward the land of spirits, or force to elaborate the electrical body essential thereto? And if he does not, then endow his babe. At death its soul will dwindle back to the monadal state, its present identity and individuality be lost, and the monad will escape into the special eighth, to be again breathed in under more favorable auspices, until at last success crowns its efforts in the process of immortalization. This often, very often occurs, and these reincarnate souls frequently partially awaken to a vague, dim sense of their then pre-existent states. And this explains in a few lines what has been an insoluble problem all along the ages, from Buddha to our own day, and it is the only satisfactory solution ever given to the world. Were Darwinism all true, and man merely a developed simian, there could be no such thing as destiny or fate. But there is, and men are cast to a certain lot and career as positively as that they are born, and are compelled by a resistless power to move in given lines and grooves, hopelessly, and are as certainly and solidly bound to the will of a peculiar fortune, for good or ill, as was the fabled Ixion. Some are doomed to perpetual strife, struggle, poverty, hopeless effort. From the nipple to the grave, they fail in all things, and disappointment, disaster, ruin, and defeat stalk by their sides. Turn whithersoever they will or may. Love, wealth, fame, comfort, rest, joy, happiness, success, all elude them, and if apparent triumphs come, defeat invariably ends the game. Other people do or say with impunity things that are sure to bring down storms of obloquy and pain upon their devoted heads, and sorrow and agony is their lot forever on the earth. On the other hand, there are those exactly opposite, whose every step is triumph, and whose touch transforms everything to gold. Money, fame, success flows in upon them like a rolling tide, and they revel in delight without a shadow, till life on earth closes on them in a blaze of wealth and glory. Yet these people are not half as able, good, noble, true as the other class. Now all the Darwinism on earth cannot account for this, yet the solution is easy. The successful class are those who are embodied for the first time, and all their ranks cannot furnish a first-class man. The others, the failures, have undergone prior existences on earth, and are either paying penalties for former transgressions, or are undergoing ripening disciplines preparatory to special sunbursts of usefulness, joy, and glory on the furthest shores of time. Weigh a soul of each class in the scale of actual worth, and the failures touch ground, while the victors on earth kick the beam. And one of the former is of more real value to earth, life, God, and the universe than scores of the others. It is as the Atlantic took a brooklet. Children begotten without love are not necessarily immortal, but a proper culture of their better parts may easily make them so. They who do generate offspring by loveless marriage commit a crime against nature and the deity, for all human beings have a right to receive the immortalizing impulse at the moment of their generation, and also to that culture and training thereafter, which alone can make assurance doubly sure in respect to this, the most important of all human matters. They who become parents under love's sweet influence at once give the required impulsion to the new being, enable it to survive death's ordeal, and help God Himself to empeople the starry homes of the dead. It follows that the low, harsh, crash, selfish, hard, crusty, dry, ungenerous people are not entitled to, nor, without very strenuous effort at self-redemption from the lot of beasts, can attain immortality, much less the other and vaster glory reserved for greater souls. Mainly those who, themselves abounding in love, yet languish unto death without return. Of course, a child receiving love's impulsion will ride triumphant over death's dark tides, even though its bodily eyes never open upon or glimpse this world of ours. Many and many a full-grown man or woman, stepping into the grave at ripeness of years, only step out of it again as dwindled monads, and when reborn, they too have vague, shadowy reminiscences of the, to them, foretime. They, who are loveless, are no more immortal than the ox which falls beneath the butcher's axe, while, per contra, myriads of savages, Indians, blacks, and the uncouth of all races, ages, and climes attain to immortality because of the love and love-generating power within them. For that alone lies at the foundation and is the sole process of its attainment or immortalization. In conclusion, let all who wish for immortality learn to love and cherish the better feelings of the human heart. Take good care to preserve, regain, and cultivate affectional, amative, and psychical health. Where the nature is injured, take immediate means to restore it. Thus the point will be gained, and goodness reign. Let no one despair, for while there's life, there's hope. And, however dark the outlook, don't for a moment forget that God still lives, that the darkest hour is just before day, that the densest clouds have silvery linings, and that, though lovelorn and wretched, friendless, isolate, and alone, still, we may be happy yet.